damn it. I wasn't muted, and then I muted myself, and I even clicked it so that it would turn. Anyway. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome on in. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being official Warframe content creator. How's everyone doing today? What's up, Douchelord? Hey, good to see you again, Dalen. How you doing, Night Owl? What's up, Rogue? Hey, Iron, Void, Cardi. Welcome on in as well, Bonsai. What you up to, Redacted? Hey, Crumb. Good to see you again, Dova. Hey, Anur. What's up, Riaz? How y'all doing? What you up to? Welcome on in, Dan. Hey, Fourth. Hey, Whisper. What's up, everybody? How's your day? Hey, Hydro. Hey, Gamer. How you doing? Try out your degas build and give you some tips. Well, if you want to, Dan, you can send me a private message in game and you can send your build in. You just send me, open a private message, and then you click link config, and I can take a look at it and give you some advice. How's my day going? You know what? Not too shabby. Not too shabby today at all. Nair, sorry, I'm dyslexic. My apologies. Understood how this game works? Maybe. Yes, I think I get it. Maybe. All right, who wants to join me? We're gonna go do our usual dailies to get ourselves started here. Who wants to join? We got room for 2 for Steel Meridian dailies. Excited for the stream today? Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of level capping today, I think. I want to test out my shield tanks Dynax. No overguard. Overguard is for the nerds. We're Chads here. We do Chad shield tanking things. Conceptual embodiment of theories of time. You have no idea what the story's about. Yeah, you do in fact need a degree in time travel. Riaz, when you're online, let me know when you're good. We got room for 1 more for Steel Meridian dailies. Everybody wants to join. Shame that you missed out on getting clipped allegation. I've got news for you. I've got news for you, Nair. Clip delegation, 20 creds right this second. You can get it right now in the Nightwave store. 20 Nightwave credits. You love streaking? You streaking for 60? Hell yeah. Riaz, you're on? Perfect. Get on in here. Oh, that's the wrong person. Sorry. Sorry. You're stuck on Lephantis. Any tips? So their heads will do animations, and you have to shoot at their heads when they're doing their animations. So Scythe guy will lift his scythe out, and that will open up a weak point for that one. The little trumpet-looking guy will throw out his frills, and you shoot him then. And the other one is when he opens up his mouth. You just shoot those points when they do those interactions, and each head has its own health bar. And then when you kill all 3 heads, the boss is dead. Okay, we got room for 1 more. If anybody wants to join, is it worth getting the boss fight in the night creds? It does give you the sword, and the sword's actually pretty solid. The problem is that you do absolutely like 0 damage. Then yeah, just grab yourself some friends. You know, once we're done doing here, we got some peeps who could probably give you a hand. All right, nobody else is wanting to join up for Steel Meridian dailies, so we will just go the 3 of us. Oh, Zenos, what should you name your next town? Barkington McBarkerson. Yep. The Sarpa of PTSD from the Plague Star? Yeah. I don't think he has armor in Lephantis. Oh, sorry, Riri. I didn't mean to invite you. Oops. Sorry for the rando invite there, Riri. We're doing Steel Meridian dailies. You're welcome to join if you wanna. Is there any other characters? Do I have an open clan? Yeah, just shoot me a message in game saying clan invite, please, and I will send you an invite. And if you need instructions on how to send a private message in game, just follow that nice little bot message there. Yeah, if anybody wants to join the clan, you're always welcome to. Hey, Incoming, how you doing? What you up to today? But yeah, if you just send me a private message in game, I'll send you an invite. Everybody and anybody's welcome to join the clan. It's literally just there to house people and to grab your blueprints and stuff. You went to the recruiting office today? Uh-oh. I hope that it went well for you. Hey, Blue, how you doing today? Nomad, welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. I always forget that I gotta like reset some audio stuff in there. Just chilling before work. I hope that work goes nice and easy to you. How do you join a clan if you're already in one? You would have to leave that clan in order to join any other clan. But it is very, very important, especially for new players, to be in a clan because it gives you so many free blueprints, just so many things, railjack parts, free blueprints for like warframes, weapons, some companions even. So it's definitely worthwhile to get into a clan if you aren't in one yet. Your collab with Kai made you want to actually start farming for mats for Araxia. One big tip with that farm for Araxia's materials is to take your you go in, you collect the materials you want, and then you finish a decree, and then you can leave right away. You don't need to finish the Deveri. The game will save your resources and everything anytime that you do a decree. So it's a really, really easy way to farm those materials without having to do a full Duveri experience if you don't feel like it. Like the boss fights and all that jazz. You just need to collect whatever materials you want, finish a decree, and once you finish a decree, then your loot is saved, and you can leave the mission, you can leave Duveri at any point. Just it's a very, very good way for you to solve a lot of problems there and make farming much easier. Hey Smoggin, how you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. Hey Voyage, you heard level cap? You heard right. We are doing some level caps today. You heard right. We are doing some level cappy thingies. You took the circuit to level cap and you were there for almost 3 hours. Yeah, the circuit's level cap does take some time. But also, circuit's just like such a fun vibe sometimes when you're just like messing around. It's just like, it's great. Circuit is a game mode that I enjoy every once in a while, but then like other times I just get really burned out on it, so I haven't done the circuit in a while. Shit, boy. Me, it was a goat. There we go. It was horrible. You got crappy upgrades and you're using Dante. Oh, Dante's great in the circuit. I love Dante.
They are broadcasting another message. Make sure the enemy never receives it.
Drop it in, but you're gonna go to sleep. Got to start early tomorrow. No worries. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good day today. Not when you had no ability strength. Oh yeah, see, you do need ability strength. Dante does love his ability strength. That is true as heck. NPC for the 50 stream streak. Sheesh. The dedication. Disappointment Prime, you mean Borrow? Hey, listen, Borrow's a good boy. Just because it's disappointing for you doesn't mean it's not good for others. Everyone's having a Dante, loves having a Dante in the circuit, makes it mad easy. Yeah, Dante really does simplify stuff. Can you mess with weapons forgotten, like the Volgar? I don't know what you do you mean Volcar? And Snipetron? Yeah, I've been kind of like working on those over time, and like in between patch releases is usually when I do like stuff that's older like that. Borrow's disappointing every time? Nah, Borrow's great. Every time Borrow shows up, he gives me 20 platinum free of worth of stuff. It's great. But he kept running away. That sounds like a them problem then. Call me with Arcane Blessing and Circumvent, with the Basmu, with the Augment, and Arcane Bulwark. Does she have enough armor to really take advantage of Bulwark, though? I guess Circumvent would give you 1,000 armor if you're fighting against armored enemies, so that, like, gets her up there. And then if you run, like, some form of armor buff on her, because she actually has pretty high armor levels. If I remember correctly, she's got, like, 444 base armor, which is one of the highest in the game. Besides arbitrations, if not arbitrations, then I would say go to, like, if not arbitrations, I mean, you can always do the arena farm if you can get a squad to do that, right? The arena farm is, generally speaking, the best endo farm out there, generally speaking, but you do need, like, a Korra, a Necro, 2 Necroses, and a Hydroid for, like, or not Hydroid, sorry, a Nidus for that combination. So you do need, like, a kitted out squad, but generally speaking, I would just run, if you're at the point where you need to do, like, end game bounties. So bounties in, like, Holvania or Zaraman or Whisper in the Wall, Sanctum Adenomica, or what's the other one? Noko's bounties are all really, really good endo farms if you also need other stuff from those bounties. Even if you don't need the other stuff from those bounties, right, they can still be worth platinum. Like, those arcanes are worth platinum a little bit. You can farm, like, Gyre normal, you can farm Noko normal, and so that's, generally speaking, the places I recommend. Railjack is actually also a really surprisingly good endo farm as well, because all of the extra blueprints you get for the weapons or the Railjack parts are actually really good endo farm, because you can scrap them, as Supply just said there. Yo, Prefect, how you doing? Welcome back, Super Buckshot. Bali, what's your favorite way to get void traces? Honestly, I just run relic missions. Like, the endurance relic missions tend to give you more void traces, so like defenses, survivals, that type of stuff. They tend to give you more on a per relic basis, but obviously require more time. So I would personally do that. Just like throw on relics that you don't necessarily care about using and then get yourself the goodies. You do need to farm Noko parts and mats. You might do those bounties. Those bounties are actually really good endo farm. Like, the endo prize or the endo loot on those is like 3,000 or 5,000. Like, it's a lot of endo when you obviously get the endo reward. Obviously, you need to get the reward. And also, the Noko bounties have so many good arcanes inside of it that, you know, you're not really sad if you end up with a bunch of arcanes, you know what I mean? Like, those arcanes are actually worth a pretty penny. Things like Primary Frostbite, Primary Blight, I forget what else is in Noko's bounties, but there are a number there that are actually really solid. You need some of those too? Yeah, so like maybe go do the Noko bounties. That way you can farm Noko, like, and you know, I always say that you should try to make farms multi-farms whenever possible. So you're not doing a singular thing at a time, and you're just being a little bit more efficient with your time. You know, it's not necessary, but it does help. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, there's also the Maru's Ayatan sculpture hunt. Oh, fine, Cardi. I was just going to do it this way and ride the little boat down, but fine. You can do it the cool way, I guess. Any chance you set up for a Discord server? Yeah, I got a Discord server. Just give me a minute here. I'll grab you a link for it. Well, there's not a boat, but there's like a floating piece of thing that you can ride down. You keep telling your friend he's always low on credits. You're just like, just don't farm credits. Farm everything you always get credits on top. Yeah, especially once you get into the steel path, credits. You end up getting like in later game missions, you end up getting like 100,000 credits a mission. Like it's credits is one of those things where I haven't actively farmed credits, I think, ever. I just get credits by playing the game. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second.
Another successful mission. Find extraction.
No, nothing over there. Nothing over there. Nothing over here. We got one over there. I'll go grab that one. All right, we got all 8. Nice and easy. I'm really excited to see what they're going to tell us about in the dev stream tomorrow. I really, really hope that the dev stream is like something really, really wild. Like, I want to see health tank reworking. I want to see 2 new Warframe reworks. I want to see the new Warframe. I want to see the Vauban Deluxe. I want to see, or Vauban Heirloom. I want to see the Degath Deluxe. And also, you know, maybe some more Incarnants. Prepare for a funeral? I think that might have been talking about Degath. You know, she is the horse of the dead. Chroma rework? Chroma doesn't need a rework as badly as others, but he could certainly use a little bit of love, I'm not lying. He's a little rough around the edges with his 4 and his 1 and his passive. But like, he does actually really well without that type of stuff. 5 ads is crazy? Yeah, it's only ever should be a minute and a half of ads maximum. That's what I tell Twitch to do. Hey Mira, how you doing? How's your day? Do you want to come do a level cap today, Mira? If you could get any franchise to collab with Warframe, what would it be? Oh, that's a great question. Chat, what franchise would you like to see Warframe do a collab with? I would like to see Risk of Rain. I want Risk of Rain and Warframe to do a collab. I think that would be funny. Bring some of those artifacts into Warframe. Speaking of level cap, Cascade just popped right now. How much time do we got?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Neon Genesis? No! We hate that. We hate Neon Evangelion. Blah, blah. Or are you talking about something else? I don't know. Warhammer. Ooh. I wouldn't say no. Space Marines attack! Put a Warframe into Risk of Rain would be sick, right? Right? Oh, I don't like Neon Evangelion. I find that series really creepy. I look at that series and be like, wow, so this person, the author, has a lot of deep-seated psychological issues. Holy crap. Your last level cap, at least a year ago, most of the time you get bored and end up leaving early. Oh, that's fair. Don't you love existential dread? I mean, listen, I'm a millennial. I am made of existential dread. My existence is dread. Up, please. Thank you. Is that one down here? That's a nothing. Sayad. Sayad Panda. Properly tuning in now? Yeah, sorry for that. I was typing in just some letters to send Riaz an invite, and I just typed RI, and then you were the first person there, and I accidentally clicked invite. So my apologies for the harassment, but thank you for joining us for that quick interception there. Appreciate you. Ever try building Vauban? I'm waiting for the Vauban heirloom to come out, because usually with heirlooms, if you've noticed sort of the trend, they typically will do some kind of buffs to a frame whenever an heirloom comes out. Or at least that's my headcanon. I don't know if that's actually true. But, so I think that if we're going to see some buffs for Vauban, we might see them with this heirloom coming. That's not the tool I wanted. So I'm kind of just waiting for that heirloom before I start to invest some time relearning and re-messing around with Vauban. Hey, Julie, how you doing? Hope he gets buffed. Honestly, the one thing that I would really like to see him get is I want Vortex to have an LOS check. Now, hold on. You might be thinking, an LOS check? What is that going to do? Is that just going to be, like, are you just going to nerf Hydroid? No, that's going to be a buff to Hydroid. The reason why is Hydroid is largely speaking a defensive-based frame. So you want enemies to not get sucked into roofs or into walls where they get stuck there. So require an LOS check is see if it activates and group them all together so that it requires the LOS to group people. I'm totally there. Redacted, you said you wanted to join for Suda? Hey, Amp, how you doing? Hydroid, you mean Vauban? Did I say Hydroid? Yeah, I put out a Hydroid short today. I meant Vauban, sorry. Sorry. Just, you know, casual Zenosfire misspeaking again. Who'da thunk? What's cooking today? Not a whole much. We're just kind of working on some stuff. We got room for one more for Cephalon Suda dailies. Everybody wants to join? Don't I mean Vauban? Yeah, I was talking about Vauban. It's just me being stupid again. You know, the usual. Okay, anybody want to join us for Cephalon Suda dailies? Me misspeaking? Nah, never. That's never happened here. A collab with Berserk would be nuts. You know what? Shit, you're right. Oh, that would be really good. Oh. Imagine a Guts skin for Uriel with, like, the giant sword. Oh. I mean, yeah, that series has, like, is creepy as hell as well. But that would be really cool. You love using Pyrotectus with Hydroid. Apparently his 4 is Ragdoll. It is a Ragdoll, yes. It's almost like giving Equinox. And so Ionic, the reason why is that Vauban's Vortex currently right now does not require line of sight. And what it ends up doing is sucking enemies into, like, weird spots. So they get sucked to a wall, they get sucked to a roof, they get sucked to the floor. So they end up not coming to you, which largely speaking is what you want. You want them to get grouped up by Vortex. So you want to, in my mind, Vortex wants an LOS check because that will help out. In my mind, at least. Eureka 7? Oh, I would love a Eureka 7. Man, I love Eureka 7. I gotta rewatch that. Helldivers 2 crossover? It would feel like Tenno would see right through Super Earth. Oh yeah, the Tenno would look at Super Earth and be like, hey, you guys know that this is all fascism, right? You're aware of that, right? Even playing Vauban is annoying for defense missions? Yeah, and that's what I mean, right? So, like, if you gave Vortex an LOS check, then enemies, so for instance, this map here, enemies that are spawning over there wouldn't start getting sucked until it's actually in the line of sight of it, meaning that they won't get stuck to, like, the bottom of this, which is what always happens. They get stuck here, or they get stuck here. So, like, having just an LOS check on that, I think would actually be a really nice improvement for Vauban's playstyle. And, like, you know, most people are thinking like an LS check would be a nerf, but I think in the case of Vauban, it would actually be a buff. Because it would just make him so much more usable, it would make him so much more friendly in missions. LS check would make it more efficient. They just walk out and get sucked out of the door. Yeah, exactly. So, like, you know, you can actually utilize Vortex a little bit better if you were to do something like that. Like, I don't think that the rest of his abilities necessarily need an LOS check. Like, I don't think that his Bastille requires... I think that Bastille actually does require LOS, or am I losing my mind? Wait, does Bastille require LOS? I can't remember. Raidalus, wait, Raidalus came back? Trainman's back? Really? Holy crap. Damn. No, it doesn't require an LOS check? Yeah, so I think that that one could also use an LOS check too. He posted last night? Cool. I hope that he's enjoying Warframe and what it is today. It's cool to see a bunch of people coming back. Like DK Dienemies has been checking out Warframe again. Bricky was checking out Warframe again. Although Bricky did have some sponsored spots, I think, with Warframe, but he has been playing it more often. And then, of course, you know, we've had the I call it a mess, but I say it lovingly. The mess of VTubers who have been checking it out has just been so cool. Like, it's really, really fun. He said that he very much is enjoying the new content they released under Reb. Yeah, I think that DK, or not DK, sorry, Redalus would enjoy the current state of Warframe. So it's nice to see him, him coming back. It's nice to see him, you know, I hope that we see some more of those people. That Iron Mouse cosmetic? Oh yeah, that's right. There was the Iron Mouse cosmetic for her special code. That was so cool that they did a collab with Iron Mouse for like the music. Glad you're able to help. You're just messing around with the sim and you had the time. Funny how a little mistake like that happens. Yeah, I always feel bad because I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to send you an invite. I'm not trying to be rude or annoy you. I swear, I'm so sorry. He wasn't aware of the new heirloom skin? Oh, the new heirloom skin? I can't wait for that. Yes. New heirloom. Tasty. Very excited. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just like, I understand that I'm the perpetually positive person. Like, I know, I'm fully aware and cognizant that I'm like the person who sees the positivity in like so many things. But like, you know, Warframe's in a really good state. There's not really much for me to actually be a complaining person about, if I'm gonna be honest. A few things here and there. You would be playing Frame, but you're taking a break to play Arknights? No worries. Warframe is one of those games that is excellent for taking breaks. Kino Bishi, how you doing today? Welcome on in. I hope I pronounced your name properly. What if he told you got 200 building strength with 1 of your invigorations? Completely depends on the frame, because that sounds amazing. You got no complaints with the tunnel rework as well? Yeah, I mean, the tunnel rework does need some more. Does need some more work. I agree. But they know that, and they're already working on it. They said that a while back. And I forget who asked for the Discord, but here you all are. Please feel free to come and join us. What do we got? Mobile and rescue. Let's go with the rescue. TAA on for the glitter makeup? Really? You have to have TAA on? Oh, that's weird. Yo, May, how you doing today? Always happy to see you. Have you been? Oh, you got 200% strength on the Titania? Shish. Shish. Virtuous Forge on your amp for the heat the other day, and you were sad to see that it makes Thrax impossible to kill? Yeah, you do need to have void damage in order to kill the Thrax. So if you change your element to something else using one of those arcanes, it can mess with you. I think that Zaku's ability should be able to kill the Thrax, but, you know, I guess. Ability range as well? Does she really need range, though? Nessa, hey, how you doing? Oh, for Caliban. Oh, that's tasty. 70 cap left and almost done with the observatory. Are you almost done, though? Are you really almost done? Are you certain you are? You're good? Just got back from errands? No worries. The Wuzzer, how you doing? For an extra loadout slot on one character or weapon alone is kind of butt, but you get why. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, the basic usual. They gotta eat too, right? And it's all, you know, 10 plat is so easy to get a hold of these days. You know, that's like 2 arcanes. If
Keep going. Nobody knows you're here.
10 plat's relatively chill. Been watching me on YouTube a long time. Figured you'd drop by on Twitch. Heck yeah, welcome on over. Happy to have you. Hope you're doing well.
Stay
100. Oh my gosh, that's so much range on a Caliban. Oh my lord. You're gonna vacuum the world with his razor gyre.
You are approaching the holding area. Careful. If the warden
Nothing in there.
sequence.
Nothing in here. Nothing over here. Nothing over here. Just backtracked for no reason. Love to see that. Love to see that. Oop, there's candy downstairs here. Oop, sure, here, you can have one of these. Why not? For the makeup to not be spotty, which is okay, you guys. It does lag recordings a little, and the aliasing at time bugs you. Yeah, that's not great. Hopefully they fix that. Hopefully they fix that, because that doesn't sound the greatest. Hopefully they are aware. I mean, they're usually pretty spot on with stuff like that and pretty in tune, especially when it comes to the cosmetic stuff. After all, Warframe is just a dress up your pretty characters the way you want to simulator with a music studio attached to it. There's a game too, I guess. What's my Zaku build? It's right here for you. The Lato Vandal, is it the farm worth the time or just drop 200 platinum to buy? I mean, it kind of depends on if 200 platinum, like the farm is kind of rough on it for the Lato. So like, it's probably like not a bad idea to buy it, but like take a look at the farm, maybe try it out yourself. Maybe see if you can get just a few of the parts and then you don't have to spend as much platinum. But the Lato Vandal and the Bratton Vandal are both relatively difficult to farm. Just like, because it's got a low drop chance, and I think it's like on the 4 and the 8 waves, if I remember correctly. Split up. Lato Vandal's 350 platinum? I have no idea what it's at right now. I don't pay attention to the market. I don't sell or buy or trade at all. Took you 6 months of farming for the Lato and Bratton doing 5 or 6 runs a day. Yeah, it's a very low drop chance. Just can't get the damn barrel? Then I would probably sell those to buy the barrel. If I were you. I would sell the things that you don't need and buy the barrel out of it. 2 to 4%? Yeah, it's really, really low. Because like what? How much is the parts that you have spares of? Like how much platinum do they go for?
You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
Okay, you're on a chroma, so you're on defense duty because you don't have box breaker. If you don't mind, Riaz. While us box breakers go and hunt down goodies. What are my invigorations? I don't know. I was actually thinking about doing a series on invigorations, like each week do a build with one of my invigorations and like put it out on the channel just to like, hey, invigorations can be really cool and can really change up the way that you play and enjoy Warframe. Here, try this out. The receiver isn't worth anything, but the blueprint is worth a bit. Yeah, I mean, like how much is a barrel for platinum? Like, could you sell those blueprints to grab those? You know what I mean? Imagine Neja. I have had one of those range things on Neja before, and it was really obnoxious. Hey Zillant, how you doing? Probably try that. Yeah, right? Save yourself some platinum. Maybe help fund it a little bit, you know. Especially since Warframe is like a player-run economy. Like, you can just kind of do stuff like that. Enchiladas for lunch, and you didn't bring any to share with the class? What the hell? Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community. Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second.
We are finished here.
See, I'm hoping someone will grab those two that I found with my search pulse over there, and I can just sort of wander up this way. Do you think that you're a candy? You're not a candy. I was lied to. How dare they lie to me like this? Ooh, sculpture.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take
Hey, Tazzy, how you doing? Zillant, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate the heck out of you. Thank you so much. You feel very uneducated compared to your guys' level of knowledge. Yeah, you gotta remember that this is like, we're at the latest point of the game, so don't feel like you're lagging behind at all, right? I've got more hours in this game than I actually know. On my on my PC account, I've got about 5,000 hours. On my PS4 account, I had a couple thousand hours as well. So, did you see a candy in that sculpture? I don't think you saw a candy on that sculpture, but you did see a sculpture. But maybe there is a candy there, and I'm just losing my mind. Nothing this way. Yeah, I know, right, Zillant? Haven't heard them in forever. Yeah, and thank you again. You might have been stuck in that ad break there when you used your sub there, but super appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe there was a candy there. Maybe they double stacked it.
Location reached. Drop me in and defend.
Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint, and the end game's just a sandbox. Precisely.
I'm in, Tenno.
Precisely. Oh, maybe there was a candy right under the sculpture. I think it was. Good call, whoever that was. Just as a reminder, if anyone's looking to do any trading or anything like that, feel free to pop into our Discord. We try to keep trades to our Discord here rather than inside the chat, just so we don't accidentally turn my Twitch chat into a trade chat.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
So if you're looking to do any trading, I would appreciate it if you head on over that way. Just feeling generous for your early birthday? I know, don't worry. I figured that's what you were doing.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
Alrighty, let's go. I think that is all we needed. I think that's all of our dailies done.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Not looking forward to work tomorrow with wind chill. It's supposed to be like minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit here in Iowa. Oh yeah, it's tasty. You installed Linux on an external drive. Been pretty good, but you either need to get a faster drive or fully commit to deleting Windows. To be honest, you're missing quite a stuff with that Windows has. Yeah, it's always one of those things. Is you do have to be a little bit careful. Like, I wouldn't delete Windows. Like, I'm waiting for a new NVMe SSD for my computer, and then I'll put my Linux install on there and use that as my my way to do that. All right, that was me just sharing something to Sam. Hydro, let's take a look at your Angstrom, shall we? Enervate for your crit chance. I think that the Incarnate on this has really good crit chance, if I remember correctly, so you might not want to go Enervate. But in order to do that, you would have to, like, remove Scorch, probably, to get your crit chance on here. Now, the other thing is that you've gone for Enervate, but you have no critical damage. Right? So you're not getting a whole lot out of your Enervate. It's only a 2.2, so I would still say to remove your Scorch for at least the crit damage mod, Target Cracker, or Prime Target Cracker specifically. This is multiplicative on here, so it's actually quite strong, so running a bunch of elements is very good. But I would probably say you don't care about Radiation. Radiation as the stats is just, like, not that important, so I'd probably switch around your elements here a little bit for you. You could also, when you do around those element swapping, get the Magnetic Might mod on here, giving you some more critical damage as well, but you definitely want to be getting some crit damage on here if you're playing around Enervate. So, like, Scorch at the very least for some crit damage, and you could probably get one of these elements into Magnetic, like one of these mods, and get a little bit more out of it. For your Praetos, what do we got? Influence, Shocking Touch, Voltaic Strike, so you're doing Viral Influence, it looks like. Yes, you have Electricity, Toxin, Damage to Infested, minus crit chance on slide. It's not terrible. It's not a bad Riven here. I would say that since you have Electricity already on here, you probably don't need both of these, or really honestly either of these. Which I would say, like, get some, like, a Weeping Wounds for one of these would be a good choice. If you're going all in on the status side of things. Like, I would maybe replace Voltaic Strike with Weeping Wounds. Or Shocking Touch with Weeping Wounds, one of these two. Because you already got Electric here, so you should be forcing your status priorities towards Electric, even if you remove one of these. If you don't keep rolling this Riven, of course. Latron, what we got? So, the Latron Incarnate does get multiplicative damage on its Incarnate form on direct hits with it, with Galvanized Aptitude. But it looks like you're playing around for the AoE side of things based on the fact that you have Prime Firestorm here. So if you're going in that direction, what you have here is pretty solid. I would probably say, what do you got on here? Heat damage. Yeah, so you got 3 sources of neutral damage. So if you're keeping this Riven, I would maybe say swap out Serration for something else. And I'm not a big fan of Vigilante armaments on here. You could probably swap this out for, like, maybe Hunter Munitions, but the 60% multi-shot is nice. But I think that you probably don't need Serration here. You could get another element on here. You could even go for the Galvanized Aptitude for the multiplicative damage on the direct hits, and then let your neutral damage from Deadhead and the Latron Riven here fuel your AoEs, your AoE's damage. I think that I would probably do that if this was me. And I'm not a big fan of Vile Precision. If you want less weapon recoil, there are mods that will help you out with the stability, and then not reduce your fire rate. I like having high fire rate on here. Would Elementalist work here? With the blast, the slash, yeah, Elementalist could work. Could work. Absolutely. I would maybe look at getting another element on here if I was doing that. So, like, you could switch this out for electric. Incarnate has heat? Yeah, but the heat's being dragged into the blast here. Right? Because we got heat on here. Wait, how is the... Oh, heat here. Right? So it's being dragged into this. Or it should be being dragged into that. Yeah, rhyme rounds, heat, blast. Otherwise, I think I like the look of it. Looks good to me. Bonsai Boy, what you got? What's our time on that level cap there, if anyone's paying attention to it? $30 min? Okay, we got time. Haro, what we got? High strength, good duration, good amounts of range, adaptation to fuel your to help out with your shields because you're getting free shield generation, so this is giving you 90% damage reduction on there. Molt augmented for more power strength, molt efficiency for more duration. Now, one thing that I would say is that if you have a max rank arcane ice storm, condemn when you shoot at people who are locked down counts as freeze. It's specifically when you shoot at them, right? It won't do it naturally, but when you freeze them with condemn and then shoot at them, it'll actually activate arcane ice storm, meaning that you get yourself 40% more efficiency and 40% more duration, which is a really, really powerful tech on here. The only thing I would be concerned about, because you're running Lasting Covenant, you're not going to get a status cleanse here, so you might just die to like a random proc. But you could bring the worm, you could just don't care about that because you do have penance healing you. So those are some other options for you there. But I would probably swap out mold efficiency for Arcane Ice Storm at the very least if you're planning on using his whatchamacallit there. Ace Cord, thanks so much for the prime. Super appreciate you. Any other Twitch primers out there? Steal your Bezo bucks away from Jeff Bezos. Critical damage, damage to corpus, cold damage. Yeah, so this replaces your 60-60 cold and then also gives you some critical damage, so that's nice. And what are you doing? You're doing classic viral heat on here. If you can get a hold of the augment for this thing, it gives you viral and magnetic, so then you could switch away from viral being here and you could go for a different element. Which then you could like replace either Malignant Force or that for Biotic Rounds. I don't know if Biotic Rounds is now in the Nightwave store or not, but it should be either this run or next run showing up in the Nightwave rotating weekly stores. So that's another route that you could go. I do like the rest of that build though. And what does your Haro look like? Ooh, I do like. Damani, Dagath Immortal Gunrunner build. Let's take a peek. What do we got? Okay, so you're running Zada's Whisper over the 4. This is a very, very common thing that people like to run. You have Rolling Guard for your emergency, Spectral Spirit to give you large periods of invincibility, Arcane Circumvent for defense removal on enemies as well as your own sustain through shield and overguard generation, Arcane Concentration so you can lock the extra duration into Zada's Whisper or Grave Spirit or Doom if you feel like it. Specifically these two though, probably. I would say you probably don't need another 60% duration, but like also it is kind of nice for Grave Spirit. So I get where you're going for this. I do get where you're going for that. The rest of this build does look really good though. I like I like the rest of this. Looks good to me. I don't think that there's much more area for improvements there. Random boy, what you got? Worthy Camaraderie for the weak point hits. That's cool. Persistence, Tidal, Vile Tempest, Fleeting Expertise. The only question I have... Oh, you got Gloom, so that's solving your energy or your health generation. Triple Umbra, that gets you up to enough armor to activate Persistence. Tidal Impunity gives you the status immunity. Keep in mind that you are running relatively low duration, but you do have concentration, so you could spam Tempest Barrage into Tidal Surge or something into Tidal Surge to get that 60% more duration into here, which is pretty solid. Yeah, the rest of this looks good to me. Yeah. I like. Redacted, your Wukong fashion. Ooh, I think I would darken down this blue. Like maybe darken this blue down and darken this gray down so that this teal shows up a little bit more. Sort of that robin egg blue. I already sent you a clan invite. Riaz, the Volcar. Crit damage, impact, multi-shot. I mean, the impact doesn't really matter. It's not a bad stat to have. Doesn't really matter. The multi-shot and the crit damage, though, are quite nice on here. Cyptron. Yep. Critical chance, cold, critical damage. Very nice. Very nice for the Snipetron. That would actually, if you went rad and cold, this would actually be a pretty solid option for, like, other than swapping these out for other things. For, Eidolon hunting. Yeah, that could be pretty neat. All right. Expertise, mold augmented, adaptation. Yes, this is the build. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay, this is the build I want to test in level cap. We'll see how badly it goes. Okay, I saw Carl. I saw Prefect. Okay, so you'd love to participate in your endless run if you think your skills are adequate. I did invite you specifically first. And I think we had people on deck already for the level cap, being Carl and Prefect. So we'll see if they're around. There's a Carl, there's a Mira. And we got room for one more. Level cap, Void Cascade. Prefect, are you around? If you're wanting to join. You are? I'll send you an invite. So you know me, I'm lazy. I want to be on defense. Because I'm lazy. Oh, you know what? I've got Vanguard. Not Canguard. Vanguard. I am not using my 4 at all, Mira. I don't use my 4 at all on this build. I helmeted over the 4. I'm crazy. I'm playing a shield tank. We're wild up in this. Hey, Finn, how you doing today? Okay, Carl or Prefect, I trust one of you two can go room hunting for us. Oh, give me 1 second here, actually, squad. I'm gonna just run an ad break right now and feed my cat, so I'll be right back in a second here. And then we'll get going. I have returned. Okay, Void Cascade. Go forth, Relic. Go forth. The storm of your temper. There we go. There we go. Okay, off you go. Go find the room, see what we got.
Purge our exolizers and keep them purged so they can stop the cascade getting out of hand.
Oh, I realize I'm still using my 777. Whoopsies. Oh, whoopsies.
Spitting out contamination. Use your void power to purge it. Oh, that got their attention. Enemy forces moving to your location.
What do our rooms look like, peeps? Trying to get a few prime parts to complete some frames, but you're struggling to get the last parts of each? Well, we love doing relics in this community, so you are absolutely welcome to join us for any of that. 433, is that a reset? I assume that's a reset.
The enemy has triggered the release of a exolyzer.
We resetting, squad?
Purge it before it pumps out even more void contamination.
Yeah, reset. Okay. Long again, alone. So the idea is with the level cap, you want to try to find rooms that have the most amount of exolyzers. So you're looking for like a 543 is your best case scenario, I believe. So we'll fish a little bit here since we got some time for the best room that we can. Is it borrow week? Yeah, borrow's tomorrow morning. Make sure you keep an eye on the channel. I'll be putting out my borrow short first thing tomorrow. It's also dev stream day tomorrow. Yes, we're gonna be doing a watch party for dev stream. 11 plus exolyzers is ideal. Can you get 11 plus exolyzers? I thought you could only get 543 as the best.
Re-enabling with the reliquary drive has triggered a void cascade. Purge our exolyzers and keep them purged. Stop the cascade getting out of hand.
Should switch your amp? Yeah, I don't have anything better than the 777s.
Void power.
Because I have been the laziest
Fissures nearby. Do you have
ever. I am the most lazy. You're absolutely right. I should have something better than the 777, but thankfully with the arcanes that we can get on our amps now, or our artifacts, then we can get improve our amps damage. So even with Zeneric and even with a 777, it's a little bit rough once you get up to the higher level areas, but you can manage it pretty dang easily, actually. Based on your comment, no. I need to. It was more of I need to do that. Reroll again. Okay, we'll try like 1 or 2 more times here. Anyone know where you can find the info for Twitch drops? It's always on the Warframe forum site. Twitch drops are usually, typically speaking, only after, during prime time, after prime time on the rated channel. Fridays and Saturdays, usually there's a Twitch drop with like one of the Warframe content creators, and then during dev streams. There's no Twitch drops on the directory at the moment. And if you're ever wondering about if a channel has Twitch drops active, when you first get into a channel where the pinned comment is, it'll say drops are active.
Re-enabling with the reliquary drive has triggered a void cascade. Purge our exolyzers and keep them purged.
And a band, the bad romance.
Exolyzers spitting out contamination. Use your void power to purge it.
Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic?
There we go.
That got their attention. Enemy forces moving to your location.
Found a fissure. Look out for reactants. Corrupted foes are dropping reactants. Reactant is working on your relic.
No! Going invisible on me like that, you jerk. Reroll? Okay, we'll try it like 2 more times. The ADHD impatience is set again. Ah. Ah. Hey, Twig, how you doing today? You're all right. Good to hear. Scourge and the Knell. Yeah, Haro with a Scourge and the Knell. It's a really fun combination. Scourge for the bullet orbs. Knell, you know, it goes right onto people's heads, so you get the Haro crit chance and energy and health. And then you also get really, really good fire rate out of Haro, of course, as well.
Cascade. Purge our exolyzers and keep them purged so they can stop the cascade getting out of hand.
I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic?
Possessed exolyzers spitting out contamination.
Oh, Noko!
Your location.
Well, no actual Noko, but Noko, whatchamacallit's there.
They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open the relic. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic.
Exilizer is ours.
Delicious crit damage. Yes. Very neat. So with building your beloved Saren, you have ribbon. You feel so much better now. Ooh, very good. Happy to hear that.
Deal with it while you still can.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your
Whee!
mission and we'll take a look inside.
The hard landings is something that I always do with Steinax for some reason. I can never just like actually land properly.
Possess Exilizer located. Purge it and make it work for us.
535, we stay. Sounds good to me. Sounds Gucci. Come on, baddies. Come on, baddies. There we go. Yeah, see, it's because I jump in the air always to throw at his spears, so I end up heavy landing all the time with him. It's a little bit stupid of me, but I should just be playing better. About an 8, so we're good. Waypoints. Are you actually going in the right direction today? It looks like you actually are going in the right direction today. Magical. Magical. Yellow critting for 100 million. Banshee. Yes, tasty Banshee. Let's get the party going.
Exilizer succumbing to board possession.
The portal is spawning in a good spot, so I'm not just gonna get sucked into nowhere again as always. The constant Zenosfire problem in Cascades where I just get sucked into buildings and walls. Sucked across the universe. Never capped with a Banshee in the team. Feels good. Well, we got 2 today. We're bricked up with Banshees. What's up? Why are you saying sir at me? You said sir before I said bricked up with Banshees. What's wrong with you? Reactant. Tasty reactant. I feel like we don't need the billion extra crit damage that I'm bringing to the party as a Steinax, but also it's kind of hilarious. How is that down there? Can I grab that? Nope. All right, I tried. Malice, you don't need shields or armor. Goodbye. There's another. Man, I really do just need that one right there. Ha! Got it.
Well done,
The cheese. Cheese. Cheese tax. Cheese tax. I forgot to turn my abilities back on. Hey, get off my point, nerd. It's mine. How did all my shots miss there? What the hell? More! Yeah, see, the heavy landing, I don't know what it is. Specifically, Styanax, just like, for some reason with me, always heavy lands. I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh, I don't need to be in this room anymore. What am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my life? I don't need to be over here anymore. I'm just like, I'm trying to get all my Vanguard relics maxed out, like fully ratted. You sold a mod you forget you had and you're able to get the parts for Exceltra Prime. What mod did you accidentally sell? Any other candies? No other candies. Oh, if I just aim glide, then I'm fine. Yeah, if I just aim glide, then I'm fine. Okay. I just need to aim glide when I do that. There we go. Gavat's Grace, Exilus against heavy landing, like on Garuda. Yeah, that's... I mean, it kind of feels like I might need that here. Okay, that one's done. We just kind of need to defend this one over here. Probably my attackers are handling their stoof over there. Goodbye. Goodbye. And we're off. Really nice portal spawn, actually. Really, really convenient. Oh, I forgot that it turns off your abilities. It's not that big of a deal, but it's just like, oh, man. See, me and hard landings, man. Every time, without fail. I'm kind of like playing, I'm not expected to be very high damage this run, just in case anyone's wondering. This build is kind of meant to be just like survivable and then bring my squad some utility. So like, I'm not going to die any status effects, and I got no status effect problems because I'm running Hideous Resistance. So we're just kind of playing like a shield tank, you know, helps out the squad. Right, so I strip everyone's armor, I give extra critical damage against enemies, and that's kind of my role. Like, I'm not meant to be the craziest high damage out there. I'm meant to support my squad with what I'm doing, is the idea. Because I'm giving them energy, I'm giving them shields, I'm drawing fire with my 3. I'm armor stripping, healing, and putting critical damage, vulnerability on enemies. So that's kind of the ideal of what we're going with this Styanax, is playing more around the supporting aspects of what Styanax brings to a party. That's the idea of the build. We have have all the nullifying Xmas with 2 silence active at a time. Yeah, that's also going to make this like unbelievably simplistic for us. It'll be quite nice and easy. We've got like a, other than the fact that we're doubling up on Banshees, we actually got like a really good team comp. But it was more of like, if people look at my damage and be like, you just aren't doing enough damage. Be like, yeah, I'm not supposed to be doing the damage. I'm supposed to be helping my squad more than doing damage myself. But also we got Banshee, we got, you know, we got options here. Pop, pop. Okay, that one's done. This one's almost done. I don't think I'm gonna get my reactant for this one, unfortunately, because I'm kind of playing the backline defense here, so I'm gonna miss out. But if I miss out, I miss out. It's a relic. It's not that big of a deal. And okay, let me wander up here. Maybe I can grab a reactant in time. Maybe. We got it. Here you go, squad. Here's some energy. Now, if only I could land my shots. It's every 3 exolizers is a relic, right? Right? Every 4? Oh, I had lots of time then. I had lots of time. Not even a concern. Hey, all of you, group up for me. Thank you. Again, can't aim to save my life. What about you guys? Y'all want to die? Yes, armor strip, damage vuln, turning on my abilities so I don't die. All of these things are useful. I have no idea how survival I'm going to be on this build, by the way. This is going to be a real interesting can shield tanking survive here. I do have like 6k shields at max, so I should be pretty good. Should be, question mark. It's always a bit of a question mark. But we got like a ton of shield gen from R3, especially when we're playing with our squad, because their kills and my kills will generate additional shields for me. Arcane Aegis, Boreal's Hatred, Redirection, and the Augur mods enough for a shield tanky rally? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Hey, Rogue, how you doing? Hey, why am I stripping your armor? There we go. I do have to... Whoop. There we go. I do have to be a little bit mindful on my cooldowns here. Space out for a hot minute. That's all good. Hope you're doing well today. Hopefully you remembered that thing that you needed to do last night for this morning. Do I need to be in here anymore? Not anymore. Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, you know what? I stopped reading Jujutsu Kaisen when they started doing that whole tournament arc because I just didn't care for it. I didn't think it was very well done. But I wouldn't say no to giving it another try. At least the series, like the TV series, another try. The manga just didn't do it for me, unfortunately.
Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
There we go. Get lots of shields and energy up from my squad since we got everybody grouped up here. Cyanide skins 10 out of 10 peak. Yeah, it is, Barty. How you doing, bud? We're testing a shield tank no 4th ability Styanax build. We don't care about overguard in this house. Coffee. Goodbye, nerds. How am I doing? I mean, not too shabby. We're having fun in Warframe land, doing Warframe things, you know, the huge. How have you been, my friend? What you been up to? Hey, how about you get off my point? Caliban was last stream. He finally got the augment. Yeah, no, Caliban is crazy. Caliban is wild. Why do I have 10,000 health? Noko Bright on it, that's why. Or 10,000 shields. I was like, I normally only have 6,000 shields with this build, so it was minorly confusing. Is this one basically good to go? Yeah, that one's good. I can leave. Filing, trying where winds meet. Ooh, let me know what you think of it. Yeah. Whoops, not that way. Where's my Nokos? No. Ow. Hey, that's my point. Wait, how did you not get your shield straight? Goodbye. I need one more reactant. Oh, I did not bring a melee weapon that is any form of actually made. Oopsies. Okay, I gotta run on a quick ad break here, everybody. See you in a second. What amp am I using? I'm using a 777. I'm doing the hard mode amp. I still haven't gotten around to farming a good amp. Wait a second. Is Steinex's Theros Strike accounts as weapon ability? What? Is Theros Strike accounts as weapon? It is a weapon ability. Theros Strike as accounts as weapon. Interesting. Well, yeah, the reason why I was wondering was because I just did that with no other source of damage other than just our good old friendly Banshee silence on people, which I think is probably what was doing damage there. Yeah, you can do the Vigorous Swap or Arachne shenanigans, yep. Oh, I thought you were already in Ghost form. Yeah, sure, Callie. Made to slay. Bow, 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 bow. Made to slay. Come on, wakey wakey. Come on. Thank you. I mean, theoretically we're fine. Theoretically. But I'll sit here just to be safe. Oh, well, fine then. Nerd. Again, if only I could actually land my shots. That would be useful. I don't need to be over here anymore. Off we go! Look at all this tasty reactant. Oops. Again, the hard landings. I don't know what it is with me and Styanax. I'm terrible at not landing, doing, like, only doing the hard landings on here. Yeah, that's nice, buddy. Time for you to die. Hey, Aklov, how you doing?
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
577? Yeah, I probably should just build a 577 for the meantime. I've just been so lazy on it because I kind of want to do the 547. It's done? Is it though? Is it though, May? Yeah, the fact that my Theros is just like murdering people is absolutely hilarious. A lot of us have moved over to 147 because of Hawk Cal. Remind me what Hawk Cal is. Is that the multi-shot one? Oh, the 3x on void mode? Yeah, that thing's really good. Would it not work for the is it specifically individual shots, or is it for the full burst? Like, is it individual rounds, or is it individual trigger presses for that function? I always forget. You're gonna like your answer? Depends. It's always depends. Where are you going? Oh, that's cute. Anyway. Thanks for the free 200,000 extra critical damage. Steinhack's lethal shenanigans. Again, the hard landings, man. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of the burst fire amp more than the other ones. So that's why I'm leaning towards the 5. Oh, we're all good in here. It's the first hit only on the 5? Really? That's weird. I mean, still, 3 times the multiplier damage on the burst fire is still really solid, so it's not like you're going really wrong with it there. Why was I getting 10k shields there? I got a no-co brape on it in the area. Why was I getting 10k shields there? Oh, it was because of expertise. It was because of expertise, that's why. Yeah. I totally forgot expertise is based off your strength values, and we got a no-co boosting up my strength values. It was like one of those things where I was like, how am I getting up to 10k over shields? Oh, expertise, brape on it. Big brain. Sometimes, but only sometimes. Sweet for us. That looks like a nice group of enemies. Oh, I didn't have enough range. I do gotta mind the range on Theros lethality a bit. It is a little bit not the greatest range out there. Okay, you're good. Amps are wonky? Yeah, amps are weird right now. Like, not in a bad way, but they're certainly a little bit weird right now. This way. I need to go do some Eidolons. Someone nuking everything with the map? Amp? Yeah, amps are really strong right now, actually. Amps are pretty nutty at the moment. The nice thing, too, with the amps, like, because we've got that, one secondary arcane. We got that one secondary arcane, giving our secondaries, or, not secondary arcane, my apologies. The arcane that, we should turn this on. What's the word I'm looking for here? The Tectilist arcane. Your ultimate's arcane. Will give your secondary weapon 240% extra heat damage. So if you're playing around secondary weapons, especially in the early missions, is like early into the mission. Oh, hey. Oh, look, another idiot. Hold on, there you go. Reduce the quill standing. 60 Eidolon shards to max is crazy. Yeah, it's a little bit much. I agree. Especially in today's day and age where people just aren't doing Eidolons very much. Although maybe that's their logic, right? Is run maybe that's the logic, is get people to okay, that was my question that I had with this build, so good it answered that. Just because people don't really run Eidolons anymore, right? Rock and stone. Rock and stone. Whoops, not this way. Whoops. 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 Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Violence. Rip. Sheesh. Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah, we'll grab the wisp part here. The problem is with the Eidolons is new players need to skip them or get carried and they don't have the amps. Yeah, and that's, I do think that they need to adjust the way. At least make the quills rep a little bit less. Make it a little bit faster. I would like to see that. Okay, I saw Thrax appear somewhere, but they got Deleticus Rexed there. Complete devastation. It's me, Gaius Van Balsa. Whoa, hold up. Thought I saw something over there. Yeah, thankfully, like the Skiroko is actually, or the Sikiro, or however the hell it's pronounced, is actually a fairly decent weapon, thankfully. So, like, new players do get access to something pretty well. You have massive lag, nothing moves on your screen. Uh-oh. Hopefully that clears up for you. That one's done. That one's all. That one's done. Okay, we just gotta defend this one then. RO Chassis, we love RO Chassis. Hey Roger, how you doing? Welcome on in. What you up to today? Killing ton of Eidolons if you don't have to wait until night. Yeah, the loot rotation is a little bit frustrating. Or the time rotation. You now know Contagion AoE hits sonar weak points. That's actually kind of hilarious. Doing some stuff, just AFK and Warframe, sell some stuff while watching some vid streams. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I hope that your selling goes very well for you. All right. Are you not quite yet? I kind of wish that Throw Strike was a one-handed action. Like, didn't interrupt your firing. You know what I mean? I don't care about your stick. I'm leaving this area. See a nerd. Yeah, that banshee bug is weird. There we go. I think I saw another one spawn, but maybe not.
Fertilizer spent.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Someone did die.
Finish your mission.
That's fine. The attackers got that. Where are you at? You're almost done. Mania? Bro.
Spent
Why?
fertilizer has been spent.
Oh, hey, bud. How's it going? Boop. Ooh, did you know that you need to have your shield generating buff in order to get your shields going? Who would have thought? Lavo. We do like the lavo. Get it back, get it back. There we go. A carrier cerebrum. I'll look once we're at the next. Why? Oh, you weren't in range. That's why. Oh, I don't need to be over here. What am I doing with my life? Bye. Oh, hep, 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 hop, 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 hop. Hop, 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 hop. Let's see, what do you got here? The amount of work required to get the ability to fuse Archon shards is low-key criminal. You gotta remember that's the latest, it's like the endest of most end game things, so it kind of makes sense, the requirements. It's not exactly meant to be for new players. Right, it is meant to be like the most end game of end game thingies. Right, range is a thing. Wait, where'd the other one go? Oh, you went to Ghost.
Spent Exilizer has been retired.
In fact, I would say, other than the Techless artifacts, they are the most end game things in Warframe right now. But I do understand the frustration nonetheless. But it is important to remember, like, the context of things like that. It'd be funny if they put a 333. Why a 333? Oh, damage cap. Ooh, Banshee. Just Banshee things. Oh, Theris Strike. Oh, they have a 333 in the marketplace right now? That's actually kind of hilarious.
Working on backups.
Huh. It's 444 in the market? Wait, actually? Is it blueprints? Wait. Is that blueprints for 444? Or is it like a fully built one? It's crafted? No, that's unfortunate.
Exilizer spent.
No. I mean, it's unfortunate for me because I just feel like being lazy. A 444 is still a... Oh, it's just the wind. Whoops. Whoops, daisy. What's good? Tested Spartan build? Yeah, we're doing a shield tank, like sort of supporty-esque build. Still quite good on its own for like damage output and whatnot, but it's definitely is not like the highest damage build, but also we're dealing with 2 Banshees and a Mirage and a Stein Axe, so I'm not expecting my damage to be the highest here in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, we're testing out a shield tank, Stein Axe build, and we're testing out level cap here real quick. Just for funsies. No overguard. Okay, so I gotta run some quick ads here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. Why did my abilities get reset there? Weird. We gotta run ads so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community. Twitch sub, Twitch turbo, all that jazz. See you in a minute. Pop, pop. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, pop, pop. So I think as we go further, I'm just going to be constantly living essentially just through shield gating. Why did you immediately go into your summon animation? You don't typically do that. And why are you invincible? Weird. Oh. And why are you invincible? What is going on here? I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm scared. Help. Don't you love it when they do that? They go invincible right away, and then they go invincible right away, and then you just can't really play because they're just sitting there being invincible and stupid looking with their stupid faces. Don't you love that? I love it. Why did I get affected by a magnetic status effect? Weird. We're good here. Ooh, Sindo. War Series bundle. Why does the Conqueror Syndana have a massive dong? Great question. Conquest Syndana? I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. I don't typically just look at dicks all day. I look at dicks all night, though. It's funny to me, at least. Cynax build? Yeah, we're doing full shield tank build here. Flame Painter, welcome in. How you doing? What you just joined into? Me making fun of the fact that I'm not exactly straight. Just casual, you know. But welcome on in, Flame Painter. Welcome to the insanity that is my Twitch streams. We Gucci. Whenever one of the Thrak shows up, I'm always like, is there more? Oh, I totally messed with my Theros. The range on the Theros lethality feels really low. Like, you gotta be right up in people's faces, but maybe that's kind of the idea, is that you group people up and you just gotta deal with it. Right? You group people up, then you walk up, and then you do it. Drink my water? Honestly, you're not wrong. I probably should. No! Super spreader! Where's the short about the casino hotel? That's gonna be like in a few days. I think that's just gonna be like a random little short I put out and just be like, anyway, this is what happens when we're on stream and we just end up getting a little bit insane on stream. And I'm gonna wander over this way before acting my third ability because I know that we got some Bripe on it. Yeah, so I do have some concerns of what the survivability is going to look like for a level cap with this build. I didn't use any of my damage amping abilities on that guy, so I'm not surprised that that took multiple hits. Because I think what's going to end up happening is the further we go here, I'm just going to be stuck in essentially perpetually shield gating as my survivability mechanic, which I'm perfectly okay with that being like my main survivability mechanic. Because using his third ability, we get regenerate shields on kill. So especially when I'm with the squad, I'm essentially I'm very hard to kill when we're actually with the squad. And my damage output's really being amped by the fact that we got a Banshee. Multiples, in fact. Ooh, Ash. So, like, I know that I'm not going to be doing the most damage with this build, but it was meant to be sort of like, I support my squad with a build because we're giving them crit damage, we're giving them energy, we're giving them shield regeneration, we're giving them grouping. We're, you know, so, like, that's kind of the idea of what I'm trying to go for here. Is, like, more of a support, but can still do big damage build. Hello, friend. That's not enough range. Pop, pop. You're very inclined to buy the War Series bundle just for the 333 purely so you don't need to spend sanding trying to get the parts. I thought it was... Okay, can someone confirm what one is in that bundle? Because if that has a 4 and it's like the blueprints for the 4, I might buy that bundle for myself. Because if I don't have to farm Eidolons, it is the 333. Oh, and it's fully built. Sad. Sad. Where are you at? Almost done. It's built parts? No. Wait, built parts? That's fine. As long as it's not like built fully weapon. Oh, that didn't hit anything. Where are we at? We're good. Nope. The waypoints gave me a bit of a... Okay, what am I... I'm stuck on a statue? Get out of here, nerd.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take
There we go. You don't need any of that shield or armor. Oh, good, you're gone. Be gone, nerd. Ooh, gyre. Oh, but I don't own this Saren part. I do have 4 gyre optics. We'll grab this. You're gonna lurk, Dalen? I hope you enjoy your lurk. The ghost noise of like the spirits being sucked into the Exilizer does wig me out because I think that it's the Thrax spawning. That's happened so many times here. You're off? No worries, Zach Love. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. I have not forgotten about your Urelli. So when you're next online at the same time as me, we'll make sure to get you your Urelli. Pop. Pop, pop. You're almost done. You're almost done. Am I streaming this weekend? No, I will be streaming tomorrow, though. I will not be streaming over the weekend as I will most likely be going to visit some friends out of town for the weekend. You're back with food? Ooh, what kind of food did you get? Activate, please. Thank you. Man, this Banshee bug is really frustrating. Wow, I really can't aim. Truly astounding. Okay, we're good. You'll be in classes? No worries. I'll make sure to keep holding on to it for you, so don't you worry. There ain't any rush with that. I feel like this build would work better as an attacker build and not with the Ferox. Something like a little bit more relevant would be probably stronger here. Come on. Thank you. Okay, my ability just didn't go off. That was neat. That was something, all right. My ability was just like, no, friend. And I'm like, oh, say it. I don't think I need 14 of those. You returned to Warframe after a long break. You heard that there were some new amp mods. Can you just now use any focus school for Cascade level cap? Yes, you can. The sort of powerful amps are still like the go-to choices. Wow, I really need to stop heavy landing. It's actually killing me. It's actually getting me killed here. But yes, you certainly can do it. Like, I'm running Zeneric and a 777. It's not a good amp in any way, shape, or form. I'm not gonna try to like claim it's a good amp for when like you're just like cruising and having fun. But if you're focusing on like level cap activities, you should be looking towards the more classic choices of like a 547, 147. You still have your 547? Yeah, if you got 547, you'll be fine. Yeah, you'll be fine. Oh, I don't need to be in here anymore. What am I doing with my life? Gotten a grasp most still struggling with. When should you go shield gating or tanking on frames? So if you've got high base shields or a mechanic to regenerate your shields sort of at will, I would say that's when you want to go for shield tanking. So things like Hildren, Haro, Stynex, or you're putting on a helmet ability that allows you to do sort of shield generation and shield tanking, somewhere between those two. If a Warframe has low base shields, but has like abilities that can easily spam in order to activate shield gating regeneration, that's usually done through like brief respite or things like that, then I think that it would be much more into the shield gatey side of things. And then you can also use, of course, catalyzing shields. Like, as long as you got shields existing on your frame, you could do shield gating. Whereas shield tanking requires like a bit of a higher base shields or more investment into your overall shield capacity. Or some way to regenerate your shields, right? So Pillage and Condemn are both helmet abilities, so you can do very easy shield generation and over shield generation with both of those abilities on any frame. And so you can technically, through the use of Pillage, be able to make any frame that has shields into a shield tank frame, because it's such a powerful shield generator and also damage amplifier because of... Thanks, dog. Because of the armor and defense strip that Pillage offers you, right? Why did I not shield strip you? armor strip you first. There we go. And now it's time to wander off to our party. So 7 months tier 1. Super appreciate you. A whole 7 months. W for that. How you doing today, Zos? You got your 25 stream streak, but you won't be able to say that? Boo. Well, thank you for being here for 25 times in a row. That's very good of you. Not that Carl really needs my help dealing with this, but I might as well wander over this way. Good to be leaving in time today? Oh, that's the best news. Okay, get off the wall. There we go. Oh, I lost my shield generator. Damage redirection reduction help with? So damage redirection actually works on shields, or damage reduction works on shields. So if you have some form of damage reduction like adaptation or null stars or other functions that give you direct damage reduction, it's actually very powerful for shield tank side of things. But damage redirection is an incredibly powerful ability. Not all Warframes have it, so Nidus with his Parasitic Link, Necros with his Shield of Shadows, Nezha with his Warding Halo, and Ureli with Merlorina are some cases of damage redirection. And the nice thing about damage redirection is that actually damage redirection works on Overguard. Proper damage redirection. I died because of that stupid thing. That's what always killed V, was the lag time. I just need to be a little bit more cognizant on actually getting kills here to get my shields up. Okay. Okay. The one times that I want that to actually work. It doesn't work for me. I see. The one time I actually want elementalism to function, it's just like, nah, fam. Okay. I died to my own stupidity that time. I deserved that. Yes, going invincible the moment that I start firing is... Yeah, my Ferox is not the weapon of choice here at all. I'm really falling off now. Damage-wise, so we'll just switch over to the Sicarus here in a second. Can I get a res here? Yes, I can. So we're gonna switch over to the Sicarus now. I figured that this would be happening to me. That the Ferox would start to fall off, so we won't be able to take huge advantage of the Ferox tech. But that's okay. We brought the backup of the Sicarus here. I don't need to be in this room anymore, so we'll wander over to the next area. What synergy does fast selection vigilante with catalyzing shields? You see it on Justice builds. So the idea is that catalyzing shields has a certain shield gate value of 1.33 seconds. Okay, bullets out, please. Thank you. So the idea is that you have such high shield regeneration rate that it will constantly be activating catalyzing shields over and over and over again, especially or with use of arcane Aegis specifically. The shield regeneration rate affects arcane Aegis. So typically speaking, on most of those builds that use fast selection and vigilante vigor together, it's usually speaking because they're taking advantage of that type of tech. with Arcane Aegis. And it just gives you constant shield regeneration continuously over and over and over again. Where are you at? You're good. Yep. Yeah, the enemies, we'll be playing here until the enemies get to level 9,999. That's what level cap is. Dat be what's level cap be. Every objective that we complete, the enemy levels go up a little bit more, and Cascade, just because it's so fast with the objectives, it allows for the enemy level to go up very quickly. Wow, I am really not playing well right now. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you're kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. I don't think Prefect's over near me, so I'm gonna res this dog. But if you want full control, you can swap those out for Brief Respite or Augermod. Yeah, so the idea is that you use Brief Respite or the Augermods to get your shields going for shield gating, and then you absorb the damage. You just continuously absorb damage with the high shield generation rates of the high shield generation rates of Fast Deflection and Vigilante Vigor. And that's the idea. Oh, hi. You think you're gonna take that point? Ain't that too bad for you? You don't get ads on YouTube? Yeah, at YouTube, it's random ads. YouTube just decides when to put out ads whenever they want to. Twitch, I've got a little bit more finite control in it. Oh, I don't need to be over here anymore. Whee! Minus 30 this weekend in the city? Yeah, I saw that. I'm not looking forward to that. I'm not looking forward to that at all. So yeah, usually Kenshi, or you might be stuck in ads, so I'll wait. Sorry, I'm in a level cap void cascade, so I'm a little bit distracted to be able to like properly explain things here. So I apologize for the incredibly random explanation. So usually what people do is they use Auger mods or Brief Respite to get your shields, to reactivate your shields, and then when your shields take damage, it has a chance of activating Arcane Aegis. So then Arcane Aegis with the fast deflection tech will be the main thing keeping you alive, but then you get that more granular control through Brief Respite or Auger mods on your frame or pistols. And that's typically how... again, we're getting some really weird input lags again here. Kind of confused. So you use Brief Respite to get your shields activated so that you can... Okay, those Noko things are actually kind of messing me up. I gotta be a little bit more careful with that. No, I'm not asking you to change the way that you're playing. I'm just making a note for my own mental self. Don't worry, play the way that you want to play. So you generate your shields up using Brief Respite and a spammable ability or other Auger mods, and then Aegis and Fast Deflection handles the rest of it, because it will constantly regenerate your okay, the reload speed on the weapon is now starting to mess with me a little bit here. The shield gen of why did that get turned off? The shield generation rate and plus Aegis will basically handle all your survivability after that. And that's the idea, is that it's not just one or the other. Usually speaking, people run those in conjunction together, because especially if you're doing like very late game stuff like what I'm doing here, level capping, it's a little bit more, you need to have multiple levels of survivability. It really does make a big difference having multiple levels of survivability once you get to the real late end game stuff. Sure. And then some frames get some extra tech with shield regeneration rates as well. So Jade, with one of her abilities, her second ability, the rotating wheel, can increase your shield regeneration rates. And Gauss's passive does that too. And that's the reason why you'll see like that type of a combination on Gauss. Where's the stick? Arcane Circumvent, good for surviving at level cap. If you're good with the rolls, yeah. And like, yeah, I would say in level cap area, you really want to be like, get some parkour velocity going so that you can roll over multiple enemies. Okay, this one's basically done. We can head out. Because Circumvent will allow you to steal enemy overguard and straight steal it, meaning like you completely remove it from the enemy. Not like Nyx's steal, where it's very much not actually stealing from the enemy. It's a little bit weird with Nyx's steal. It just gives you overguard. It doesn't actually give you steal the overguard from the enemy. It just gives you overguard. So unlike Nyx, it's actually really, really strong. You can steal overguard? Yeah, Circumvent steals 50% of the overguard from enemies. If you type ! Circumvent, I believe that I've got that in... Oh, the hard landing probably just killed me there. I believe that... Oh, nope. What's killing me is the fact that I don't have my ability active. There we go. Hey, Debbie. How you doing? I am not doing very well here. But we're handling it okay. I'm a little bit concerned of what I'm going to look like going a little bit later than this. But I think we'll probably be fine just because of the constant shield gating from his his 3. So we probably should be fine. Oh, what am I doing over here? I don't need to be here anymore. Whoops. And that was my own fault. I thought I had time. And this is why you want to have something better than a 777. That's okay. We did it. We got there. How we doing? You're doing? How we feeling today? Pretty dang good. How are you? Allah! Thank you very much for this 6 months prime. Super appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look at all those nerds. Hey, you're a nerd, screaming pirate. How you doing, dude? What you up to today? I don't need to be over here, so let's stop wasting my time over here. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. I think I just got royally effed by a little bit of bad luck there. So this is what I was talking about, where like I have concerns about my survivability on this build, and we're witnessing it right now. Yep. All right. The problem that we're running into is we're just not killing fast enough. It's largely because of my own problems. Like, I'm being stupid with how I'm playing. So just got to play a little bit smarter and I'll be fine. Okay, okay. I love it when my button presses don't get registered. Makes me feel very happy. Oh, why is my health pool down? My health pool should be a little bit higher than this. I thought I had primed vigor on here. Interesting. Okay, this one should be done. Yeah, that one's good.
Possessed Exalizer.
Prepping for the ice storm. Yeah, that's gonna be. I've heard about what's coming. This statue. This fucking statue just killed me again. This statue right here. This has killed me 3 times now. Not in this run, but it has just in general killed me so many times. Friggin' frustrating. This stupid lip on this stupid statue. Oh my lord. I want to commit war crimes against that statue and whoever made it. Oh, never mind. They're already all dead. It's the Orcan Empire. We killed them already. No, you're not Thrax. Okay, the reload animation. Oh, you're not a Thrax. Why did I keep thinking that you were a Thrax? I even said, oh, you're not a Thrax. Man, what is going on with my inputs right now? This is now like the 3rd or 4th time where I've had something weird happen here. Interesting. There we go. Ooh, Sultra. Ooh. If we killed all the Orcan, why is Bane to the Orcan? Because there's still Orcan factions out there. But also not a bad question. Buying out all the bread, milk, and water. Don't buy canned foods. Yeah, people aren't smart. I mean, buying the water at least makes some sense, right? Because if the electricity goes off, then you can't get water. So, like, that makes some sense. But, like, the milk... I don't know what you're... I mean, I guess you can drink frozen milk. If you really feel like it. The reload is actually killing me here. To steal Overguard, or is that, like, by design? It seems very broken. It's by design. At least by the written... as on the arcane, it's by design. Why does that ability keep getting turned off? Wow, my reloads are actually getting me killed here. That's wild. I need to be a little bit careful with my ammo. How is that not in range? Excuse you.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and then take a look inside.
What is that? What is getting in my face with my What is getting in my face in the camera? It's stupid statues, man. Stupid Orcan and their freaking statues everywhere. This is why we killed them, was for the statues. It wasn't for, like, the genocide that they were committing or any other reason. It was because of these stupid statues everywhere. What amp? I'm using a 777. I need to get a new amp. I am fully aware. Again, the range on Theros is just so low. Oh, I'm probably dead here. I'm gonna die here because of this screen here. Yeah, 147 and 547 are the go-tos usually. I've just been lazy and haven't gotten enough rep with to unlock that tier with the quills yet to get the 4. Hang. Well, with a bang. Okay, you need to... Yeah. I knew that was going to be killing me. I knew it. I called it even. I knews it. I don't think I'm rezzing here, realistically speaking. Oh, someone came and rezzed me. Thank you very much, kind person. I'm not sure which of you that was, but I appreciate you wandering back for the old dum-dum. Okay, redacted. Hope you have a good night. Oh, fuck, stupid freaking statues, man. Zenosfire crashes out about statues. What's more deadly, statues or toxin procs? To me, statues. Toxin procs, I got hideous resistance. I have no concern about my survivability for toxin procs, as long as I'm paying attention, which, as we know, the leading cause of death in Tenno is attention span. How can you be this advanced in the game and not have max rank quills? Because I don't care for doing eidolons. I just don't care for doing eidolons. Simple as that. What's my amp? 777. Should I just put that on the screen? Everyone keeps asking. Do I even need to be in this room anymore? I don't. What am I doing here? Yeah, I don't need to be here.
Spent Exilizer has been retired.
Hey, Rainy, how you doing? Yeah, I'm playing 777. I'm just being super lazy. I do need to get the other amp here. Well, technically, it says the amp's name, and I have just named my amp 777. So, technically, sort of. Isn't this fun when they do this? You gotta be kidding me. It kind of feels like I need another cast speed shard on him. Because it feels like I'm getting, like, stun locked through cast animations. Where are you going?
Down an Exilizer.
Excuse you. Thank you. I'm just playing very terribly right now. I know I am. I should be doing much better. Steel Path or regular? It's level cap, so Steel Path. I'm just playing poorly, and I keep dying to the loading screen here. I did just see 2 Thrax spawn. Yay! Let's spawn and not let anybody do anything. I think my ability turned off. That's bad. Am I dead? No, I'm not dead. I'll be good. Be gone, nerds. Or getting killed by bullet jumping into statues. Also that. Again, it's not the game that I'm complaining about. I am complaining about my own inability to dodge a statue. Does Smite hold up? Yeah, because it gives it's percentage-based damage. If I remember correctly, Smite is percentage-based damage. Where are you going? Also, how did you get your overguard back? Oh, did you know that you need to have an ability on in order for it to work and give you shields back? Weird, right? Why not use Intrepid Stand? Because I'm specifically not doing an Intrepid Stand build. This build is very specifically meant to be not using Intrepid Stand. Ah, I knew that was happening. Yeah, snooze it. Yeah, okay, so we got to rethink our survivability a bit here. Or just it's a playstyle issue. I'm kind of leaning more towards it being a playstyle issue at this point. Because I should just be able to survive through shield, essentially just constantly shield gaining with his 4. Like, theoretically, that should be what's happening here. Not so much with Steinax, because you're constantly spawning, you're constantly generating overguard, so you're constantly overguard gating with his 4 ability spam. So actually, for Steinax specifically, and other frames that have constant overguard generation like that, overguard is fine in level cap. But yes, if you don't have constant source of overguard generation, it is not very good. In the case of Steinax, his 4 constantly generates on every hit with it. So you can constantly activate overguard gating, essentially. The weapon choices? Yeah, the weapon choices is the problem here. Like, if I was bringing my Strun and not my Ferox, I think I would be in a better spot. Because, essentially, you just have to kill an enemy every 2 seconds, and you should be invincible. Right? That's the idea. Because his third ability regenerates... Oops. His third ability regenerates shields on every kill. Shield gate with his 3? Yeah, I'm basically doing shield tanking and gating with his 3. That's what I'm trying to do here. This statue again! Because we've got max shield gate time from... Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead? Okay, that's not the button I pushed. I didn't push that button. I pushed the alt fire button so that I would go into incarnate form. Not the reload button. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. So yeah, the idea is that we're trying to survive through his fourth abilities. His third ability is sort of constant shield generation from getting kills. And essentially using that as our shield gating mechanic. Am I using Zeneric on Synax? Yeah, if you notice, I've only got 300 health, so the Zeneric is the backup energy generator. So I'm constantly generating energy. That one's done. Statue! Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Everybody, you know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch, subscribe, server. Otherwise, it takes. See you second. Bye! When did that get turned off? I feel like I just reactivated that. Twitch chat's not playing nice. Yeah, Twitch has been having some problems lately. I don't know what's going on with it. And we're at level cap. So we'll do a few runs, a few rotations here, squad. Just so I can understand if it's a playstyle issue, like a skill issue, or if it's a inherent build issue here. Which build issues should be able to, you know, should be able to work around. If it's a skill-based issue, then it's just a skill-based issue, and that's just kind of the way it is. But if I was bringing better weapons, like if I wasn't trying to lean on the Ferox for the stuff to do with his passive and the augment for the critical damage stuff, I feel like I'd be in a better spot here. Oh, that reload almost killed me. So it's a bit of a stressful level cap, which is not like the best for how I would like to play. And again, if I was not as bad as I am, like just right there, the reload, no, the reload. Expertise doesn't work unless you're playing solo. It's working for me right now. That's how I got 6k health. It might be a host desync error, which has been happening quite a lot in Warframe this past couple of weeks. So it might be more attached to that. What you're talking about? Okay, okay. So there's something weird happening right now in the game where if you are aimed down sights and you're holding the trigger and you heavy land, you oh, I don't know why I just activated that. I'm about to turn it off. You won't keep firing for some reason. Yeah, I said we're gonna do a few more rotations here, Prefect. And then we'll head out. I mean, I've never heard of the game, so probably not, Lawrence. Do I have last gasp with Zeneric? Yeah, of course. Again, that's a skill issue. Not getting the headshots. Activate the Incarnate. few more seconds here. Yeah, the hard landings is actually what's killing me here. It's skill issue with this build right now. If I was playing a little bit better, I'd be in a better spot, but I'm not playing well right now. Which is always frustrating when it's a skill issue and it's just sort of like you're not doing well. Because the build is working as I was expecting it to. But the problem is now we're kind of losing the purpose of the shields being so high for the passive, for the extra crit chance. So we're kind of losing that whole capability here for the level cap side, which is like minorly annoying, but we have such high shields that we're getting the 2.5 second shield gate. So basically we just need to get a kill every 2.5 seconds and we're good. Unless you don't pay attention and you had something on you that kills you like that, where it just happened to me there. See, I pressed my shield when I was going to land there, and it just didn't do the armor strip stuff. Oh, what am I doing over here? Oh, and to answer your question, since when have I been doing level caps? On stream, just recently, but I've done level caps a number of times over the years. I just don't do a lot of level caps.
That's it. You opened the relic.
Level caps are fun, but like, you know, it's more of just limit testing more than anything else. Don't forget my scans. Yeah, I never do them. I never do the scans. Yeah, see, and that was me dying because I was reading a chat message. What am I doing with my life? It literally is skill issues I'm dying to. When do you actually leave level cap? Usually I like to sit around at the level cap point for a little while. Just because I'm usually taking things into level cap for build testing reasons. So, okay, or just hump that pole, fine. It would be really nice if Theros strike was a if Theros strike was a one-handed action. Are we good in here? No, we're not. Let me have access to my mouse. Thank you. Which of the current Coda weapons are worth buying? I haven't taken a look at them, Fire Legion, so once I'm done here, I'll take a look. Squad, we'll finish off this rotation, and we'll do one more rotation, then we'll call it. So finish this rotation, one more rotation, and then we'll head out. Because I just want to, like, I'm just trying to understand where the problems are. That was play. I'm trying to figure out if this is like a structural problem with this build, like a build issue, or if this is a play issue. And so far, it keeps leaning towards being a play issue. I need to, like, when I'm playing with a Noko with this type of a build, and again, I don't want you guys to ever change the way that you're playing. I just am making mention of how I need to change. I need to reload faster instead of casting Theros Lethality there. Again, my own fault for dying. Okay, thanks, pets. Oh, you know what? That wasn't just the ability. That wasn't just playstyle. That was me not paying attention to my ability durations. Man, I love it when they immediately go invisible and impossible to kill. Oh, I love that. That's so much fun. I love it when they do that. Okay. All right. I'm not playing well at all here. This is meant to be a bit of a... Oh, the reload killed me again! Ugh. Are you reloaded this time? Thank you. Why are you still here? No, it's a playstyle issue more than anything. Like, if I was using the Strun, I would probably be in a better spot. But this is much more of a playstyle issue than anything else, it feels to me. Like, I'm not getting kills, like, I'm playing poorly, I'm bonking myself on stupid things. This is... I think the weapon problem... The weapons could certainly be better, but I'm dying mainly just to me being bad. And, like, hitting my head off of roofs and, like, getting launched into the air, not paying attention, or reloading at the wrong time, or, you know, bullshit crap like that I'm doing to myself here. So... Look at your Revan options. I'm in a level cap. I'll look at them when I'm done here. Sorry, mate. I'll take a look at it in a bit. Nah, Sam, I'm just getting, you know when you just sort of, like, get a train of continuous bad plays and it just screws you up? That is basically what's happening here. Like, I probably shouldn't have reloaded there and it just killed me, just as I was saying. I shouldn't have reloaded there. And stuff like that, that's getting me killed right now. I'm just playing poorly. Like, I should have just ignored that, gone over here, and then auto-mantling. Yeah, I'm just playing poorly. I'd be in a much better spot if I wasn't just annoyed with my own incompetence at this moment. Like, why did I hate auto-mantles so much. I hate auto-mantles so much. I never want to see an auto-mantle again in my life. It's never me, it's them. No, this is totally on me. This is just me playing poorly today. What? Oh, did the Thrax die already? Okay. Yeah, if I brought like my Strun or another actually more useful primary, I think I'd be sitting prettier. Surprisingly, the 777 is actually still working out pretty well. Oh, the reloads is killing me, actually. It's wild. What? I thought I saw an enemy there. How's that one? All right, we good. Barp. I feel like I gotta take a look at what my arcanes are. What are you doing? Yeah, so like the 7.7 is actually holding up pretty decently here. No! No! Aren't max on quills? No, everyone says that. I don't care to do eidolons. I just don't care for it. It's to do with the rank ups, not the amount of reputation. I have about 17,000 of the intact sentient cores from doing Cascade, not Cascade, what are they called? What are they called? Omni fissures on Lua, yeah. So it's not reputation is the problem, it's fuck. I'm very frustrated at myself right now. It's all feels like it's definitely skill issues, this one here. Okay, the Noko Bright Bonnets are actually not helping me at the moment either, and this is my own fault. Again, people shouldn't need to change their playstyle to suit me. What? How did you go full health and get back all your armor? Huh? Excuse you? Yeah, see, like, if I wasn't jumping up stupid walls like that,
The relic has been cracked open.
like, this is definitely just me getting frustrated now. Yeah, oh well, what can you do? Oh, no, no, okay, I pushed that button, but you didn't want to go that way, so alright, sounds good. Activate the ability when I push it, please, thank you. How do you get up here? Ah!
We're down an Exolizer. Working on backup.
Well, I'm not looking that way or pushing any of the buttons to go in that direction. Come back. Stupid statues, get out of here. What? Where are you going? That guy was just going on a freaking safari adventure.
Enemy bounty secured.
I'm about to die after this. And the rewards thing is killing me a lot, actually. This rewards window, getting locked into it, it's actually getting me killed a few times. So it's just I'm not used to this playstyle. I'm not used to playing sort of shield gating styles like this. I think that the build in theory is fine, but we're kind of losing a lot of the capabilities of the abilities of his passive, and that's kind of what we're playing around with. So I don't think that this is a very good build for level caps, realistically speaking. The amount of problems that I'm having here is definitely definitely, it's not just the build, like not just the build being problematic, it's very much playstyle issues as well. And if I was playing better, I would be in a better case, I think. But with how I'm playing, it's just not going to be a viable enough build for level caps to me. Best in primary Incarnon, not the Tauroid. Well, good, because I hate the Tauroid. I would never recommend the Tauroid to anybody. I think that's a very overrated weapon. It feels like I'm not host, but I am. Interesting. What is going on here? So we'll head out after this room here, squad. I don't have my ability active. It feels like there's delays on some of the things that I'm doing. No, not because of enemy spawning. No. Like my inputs feel delayed. Like when I'm pushing my abilities and they're just not activating. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like I pushed my ability there and it just didn't go. So I think this is very much a it's a skill issue, and this build is just not great for level caps. It can do level caps, like don't get me wrong, it can definitely do it, but I brought the wrong weapon for our primary choice, and certainly is not the ideal. How goes level cap? Poorly today. Just playstyle. I'm not confident enough in level cap and what I'm doing, and like the like I'm dying to stupid stuff. Like I'm dying to getting stuck on statues, I'm dying to reloading, I'm dying to this loading screen. I'm just dying to stupid things, and it's a like the build can do level cap, but it's not a build that I'd recommend for level cap. It's way too stressful. Way too stressful. Okay, we're gonna head to extract here, peeps. I guess we'll just finish off this room. Oh wait, no, we're already done this room. Yeah, we're heading to extract, peeps. We're out of here. Okay, well, at least I know, like, if I had a Raska, I think I'd be in a better spot. Gray's Tavern, thanks for the raid. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, everybody. How you doing today? How was your stream? What'd you get up to? GG squad, sorry for being a bit of a dead weight there. My apologies. I wanted to test out this build, but thank you all. You were great. How was your stream, Gray? What'd you get up to today?
All you could out there.
Welcome on, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. What'd y'all get up to? How was your day? GG! GG! Stream was great. Met some new folks. Finished Steel Path to Vary. Still have to do regular for Garuda. Load up some ESO, the usual. Heck yeah! Heck yeah! Hey Bricko, how you doing today? As I said, my name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Yes, you are declining at the moment. Descending. There we go. Hi. What we like to do around here, anytime that we get raided, we like to thank the kind people for sharing their community with us by doing a little bit of a giveaway. So sit on tight and we'll get a giveaway going in just a few minutes here. So, yeah, this... It feels fine in like all other missions, but it certainly doesn't get there for level cap. I think if I was running Aegis instead of Molt Augmented, I think I would be in a better thing. Next time, no Bripe on it? No. This is a skill issue. Everybody should be able to play the way that they want to play. This is a me problem, not a you problem. You need to play the way that you want to play. This build is, and my own problems, like my own capabilities while playing, is my problem, not anybody else's. So I don't want anyone to ever change the way that they're playing because of issues for me. Because that's not fair to people. Let people play the way that they want to play. I'm screwing up, not you. So I'm trying to think like where else we can get some better stuff. Considering how fast our shields were going, I would say switch out adaptation for rolling guard is probably one area of improvement. I feel like hideous resistance is a smart choice just for status cleansing stuff, but if we did rolling guard, then we could go like null stars here instead and get 75% damage resistance for our shields. And then it also just gives you a little bit of extra damage. We could go into that area. Yeah, Rapid Brazilians honestly wouldn't be a terrible choice. You know, I like to meme against you on it, but like seriously, it's not bad. I feel like rolling guard would probably be a better choice in here than adaptation, and then going null stars instead of hideous resistance, because then this could be our status cleanse and also gives us invincibility. We do, when we're at max shields, we do have a 2.5 second shield gate, but the problem is, of course, with shield gating is it's based off of if you went to max shields or not for the duration of it. I feel like also if I brought a Raska for the automatic shield maxing out every once in a while, I would have been a better spot too. So I think that it's kind of a bit of a combo issue with this one, right? I'm missing extra sources of shield generation and probably rolling guard instead of adaptation and whatchamacallit. You'd have to sacrifice more strength for duration. Nah, on this build would be fine, right? We'd have enough power strength. Molt augmented, growing power, plus the 229 there, we would have enough. We're sitting at close to 300% power strength. That's more than enough. We wouldn't, and then between null stars and all that, we would have like what would we have for null stars? The amount of null stars here. Null stars. Oh, I'm not gonna waste. But 155. Who else do I own that has 155? I think my Nova actually runs 155 duration. Runs 170 duration, so it's relatively the same. And about the same strength levels here. So what is that? How many stars? Oh, that's molecular prime. Duh. 20 antimatter particles, so it would be 17 antimatter particles with about 13% damage reduction each, so that's more than enough. You would have to be casting null stars more frequently than you may wish to, but that's okay. I mean, the other option is always also going Onomori, right? Onomori instead of hideous resistance and go rolling guard instead. is the other direction we could go. Because this is really just here because of the status effects. If we have rolling guard and we're like halfway decent with our rolls, we'd be fine. I think. So like doing rolling guard here and then Onamori here. Because Onamori would clean, give you back shields for that, and maybe switching Molt Augmented to Aegis just for extra shield generation and shield stuff, because we got so much shield and we got shields being constantly regenerated from the 3. So I feel like Aegis would be a better choice. Flexing like the gangsta I am. I'm definitely not flexing in any way, shape, or form. Alrighty. Now to thank Gray for the raid. What do we got? A full ember, you say? Type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat to get in for the giveaway. We are giving away an Ember Prime blueprint package. Everybody, anybody is welcome to join. Just type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat. Even on your first message, you can join. But I got some bad news. I do have to run a quick ad break here. My apologies. I was holding the ad break back since we just got raided there. We do got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. And sorry, going back to your question about best Incarnate primary, I really like the Strun. That's my favorite primary Incarnate. The Lado, the Bratton are both incredibly strong as well for primary Incarnates. So those 3 I would say would be the ones I would recommend. Gexil, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming Sub. Heck yeah. Sorry to bother. Chose the crit version of the weapon. Yeah, I don't. You would have to retell me what your rolls are. My apologies. Burst in Incarnate's your favorite primary? Yeah, it's really good. My Bratton build? I think I have... There's my Bratton for you. Always confuse you with the crit version versus damage. Typically speaking, you always want to go for crit. Typically. Hey, Nick. Love the shorts? Good. Glad. Welcome on in. Toxin damage, minus damage to Corpus, or Toxin plus crit. I assume crit chance? Yeah, I would go the crit chance there. Yeah. Today, dragged? I feel you. How you doing today, Ace? Welcome back. Always happy to see you. Yeah, I think you made the right choice going by crit. Yeah. Any gyre builds? Yeah, type exclamation point gyre. You don't see anything? It's literally right underneath the message. Do you have the stream elements bot blocked? Because it's right there for you. Tired but good? Oh, well, you know what? At least it's good. I'm sorry that it was tired, but I'm glad to hear that it's good. Type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat if you want in for a giveaway. We are giving away a Ember Prime set. You start with crit chance, crit damage, but the value is really low, so you rolled it 190 times. Holy crap. Had to take a break from Warframe, was doing defense on Earth with some high-level players, and there were so many effects on the screen, everything was getting deleted that you had no idea what was going on. Yeah, one of the biggest things I would recommend for, like, everybody is going here, going to your options, and, there's, you can reduce the visual effects intensity, and you can also remove allies effects if you need to sort of clean up the screen for you. So that's what I do here. Like, I reduce the visual effects intensity, and I reduce the enemy effects, or the ally effects as well. It just makes things a little bit easier. Which is here in reduce teammate visual effects. Here is the option that I'm talking about, and this is in the accessibilities tab. So you click that, and then you reduce your visual effects intensity. For me, like, I don't mind the visual effects intensity or my allies in visual effects, but especially because I stream, bit rate is always a concern. So essentially, the more stuff that's on the screen happening, the less quality of a video that everybody receives. So that's just sort of a way that I manage that. All right. And thank you very much, Gexil, again, for the Prime Gaming sub. Super appreciate you. Any other Twitch primers out there? With your Bezo bucks. Yeah, we got an Ember Prime blueprint set giveaway right now, if anybody wants in. We like to do giveaways a little bit randomly here every once in a while. Just for funs. Just for funs. Would Ember's World on Fire be good if reworked? You missed it. I mean, the reason why that it was removed from the game was because it allowed for AFK stuff. Right? It was a very bland ability. People just liked it because they liked the AFK nature of it. That's the real reason why people liked it. Go on trees. Arn Tool, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate you. And thank you for the hype train. Appreciate you even more. If y'all want in for the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote, help support the community. And Pizos. Pizos? That one. You won. For that, you'd play Gyre. She can near fully AFK. Yeah, she's really, really good for that style if you want to. What's your in-game name, Pizos? What be your in-game name? Same as Twitch? Perfect. Let me shoot you an invite right now. XIOS. Yeah, so I think it's a build issue and a it's both a build issue and a playstyle issue for that build there. I think if I was playing better and I made those adjustments that I was talking about, like going Onamori and Rolling Guard, I'd be in a better spot, and like Arcane Ages instead of Multi-Augmented. But then at that point, we're just basically shield gating, which is like not the greatest feeling. Mr. Anarchix, thanks very much for the follow. And a pixel waved as well. Thank you for the follow. And Pizos, if you just want to drop in some ammo drums there, that is our trade currency of choice. But sure, I'll take some axes. Anyone out there with your Twitch Prime sub, Amazon Prime, get those Bezo bucks. Never have to see ads again for a month. Mr. Anarchy, thank you very much for your Prime sub. Super appreciate you. If we get one more sub, then we all get fun little emotes. Okay, let's take a look at what people have sent over. Redacted. Let's take a look at your Wukong. Oh, Redacted. Yes. Yeah, I do like that change that you made there. I don't know if you're still here, Redacted, but if you did, this looks fantastic. Nessa, 7 months tier 1. Thank you so much. I super appreciate that, I super appreciate you, Nessa. That's a nice change to the Wukong. Yeah, much better. Much, much better. Riaz, what you got here for your Volcar? Ace for the 5 gifted. Damn. Thank you so much, Ace. That's incredibly kind of you. If you got gifted a sub, please make sure to say thank you, because that's the right thing to do. And thank you very much, Ace, for continuing to support the stream and the community. It is really, really appreciated. You're extremely, extremely generous. The Volcar, yeah, you showed us this Riven earlier. Multi-shot. Yeah, I like that. I mean, it sucks that so much damage is in the impacts because of the Riven, but like, still good. Still good. I would probably at that point though, Riaz, because you're basically never gonna get this heat proc going off, I would probably go for like prime cryo rounds. Right? You're never getting this heat proc, you might as well just go more damage. You know what I mean? And it's only because this Raven is forcing it to impact so hard, right? Kane, you got a Gyre, Steel Path AoE, plus weapon platform, plus lazy survivability, missing arcane circumvent, and need a level lightning dash. Yep, so as we were talking about earlier with our other person, fast deflection, vigilante vigor with vigilante vigor with arcane aegis. means that Arcane Aegis's shield regeneration, shield charge rate will get these bonuses here. And that's kind of the idea behind it with catalyzing shields, because your shield values are so low, constantly activates back and forth, and it will constantly just pump up your shields whenever Aegis is activated. And then you said that you're going to run Circumvent with it, so that's going to give you some Overguard, some status immunity with the Overguard, and then also shield regeneration for when you need to get Aegis re-going again. So actually, yeah, I like this. I like this, Kane. I don't think that you need Lightning Dash, although it is kind of fun. Unnecessary, but enjoyable. Atlas Prime Neuroptics? No, I do not. I apologize. I typically don't do trades. I'm not much of a trade person. Is there an augment for the Volcar? For your Volt Prime. So you said this is just supposed to be a nuke build for ESO? So you throw out the 4 capacitance, precision intensifies, feeding the strength into the 4. Hey, if you have minus strength, do you get slowed down by speed if you have enough minus strength? Hold on. Is that actually a thing? Hold on, is that actually a thing? Hold on. Where's overextended? It is actually a thing. I mean, it doesn't get it. You can't lose enough strength in order for you to get slowed enough, but that is actually kind of hilarious that you could, technically speaking, if you could find enough minus strength, you could actually get to where speed actually slows you down. That's hilarious. There's another minute on the hype train, everybody, if you want in to get yourself some cool little emotes. Any Bezo bucks out there? Biddies, Twitch subs, gifted subs, all that jazz. Yeah, Kane, I like this. Yeah, I like this a lot. Rapid Resilience or Rolling Guard, either one works. Precision Intensify will give you enough damage into that so that you're doing some decent shield generation. You got these to spam with the shock for shield gating. Yeah, looks good. Caliban. Screaming Pirate, what you got on your board here? You could use that Exilus mod to boost your aura. It might work. I don't think it would get us below enough strength. Hold on. You're right. There is that one Exilus slot that increases the aura's capability. What's it called? Coaction? Coaction. Co-action drift. Power. Donation. And what was it? Narrow-minded? Why is my strength at 100%? Oh, narrow-minded doesn't reduce your strength. Oh, hold on. It's not actually showing power donation here. Hold on. I gotta go into the semi real quick. I want to see if this... Yeah, it showed 10% power strength there. Okay, hold on. I have to go into the semi. I want to see if I can actually force it. So I've got such low power strength that it slows people down. How hilarious would that be? You have so little power strength that speed is actually slowing you. You feel like the next update they should do more Gemini skins for the old PC, like some of the frames for the Praying Vanguard? That'd be cool. So I just realized that Volt's speed buff is a multiplier and is reactive to negative strength. And right now we have 10% strength. No, we can't get it low enough. No. Ah! We can't get it low enough. No! It was worth a shot. I just wanted to see if it was physically possible. Dragon Key! No, Dragon Key doesn't reduce your it reduces your movement speed, not reduce your power strength. What we wanted was to reduce our power strength, that speed would actually slow our allies. This doesn't seem to be working on this. Oh, it's your squad, so it would give your allies more power strength. Squad benefits 15% more from auras. You benefit an additional 15%. Hold on, would that actually work? Okay, who, I need a warm body. Who wants to just join me for... Wait, hold on, does it work on their auras too? Or is it only your auras? Is it like an AoE thing? How does this work? Is it an AoE, like, does it make this here? Douche Lord, your help? Okay, I'll get you into the simi here. Let me just get to a simi. Imagine that happens. Yeah, they don't work. I was already noticing that. It doesn't work that way. You would need to negative strength to get the slowdown effect. Yeah, I'm at negative 90% power strength right now. I have a grand total of 10% power strength. So it's not working. The only way that I think this could work is if we have a negative power strength Nidus. With like parasitic link is the only thing I can think of for this. Negative is in below 100? Yeah, exactly. Or below 0? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is it would have to like be... I don't think it's physically possible. I don't think it's physically possible. Okay, do you want to try doing a negative power strength Nidus? It is on frames with negative strength arcane helmets. Does Volt have a negative strength arcane helmet? I will throw money at this on the Steam marketplace. Does the Furious Incarnate go on the Alfurus? No, it goes only on the Furious. I just want to see if we can do like a negative power strength Nidus shenanigans here. And see if that will like steal my strength enough that I can see if it'll actually work that way. Look how fast I am. Is it good, the Furious one? Yeah, it's one of the best secondary incarnates in the game. Yeah, it's really, really good. And if you want to see my build for it, it's right there. Will still give positive strength. Does he still give positive strength? Oh. Do you just want to link me if you got negative power strength on there, Douche Lord? You need some enemies to get stacks? Oh, here, let me give you some enemies. There you go. Okay. Yeah, it still gives positive power strength. Okay, it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. No! All right, GG. Thank you for the assistance there, Douche Lord. Appreciate you. Hey, Odd Ice, how you doing? Does my AX52 build still work? Yeah, absolutely. How we feeling? Not too shabby. I'm a little bit annoyed at my Styanax build. It wasn't nearly as good as I was expecting. Volt has a positive strength arcane helmet. Boo. Boo. Negative strength Equinox to buff enemies. Okay, Scream Pirate, let's take a look at your board. But first, we got a quick ad break here, everybody. And thank you everybody for that hype train earlier. Thank you very much, Ace, Nessa, Anarchy for the hype train. Appreciate you all. We got to run a quick ad break here so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, twist up to a stripper. If only arcane helmets were still a thing, they are. They are a thing. You can buy them from people. They're in fact one of the only items that goes from Warframe that goes on to the Steam Market Store, the community market. Make level cap truly formidable with a negative power strength Equinox. That would be hilarious. Yeah, it's on. Let me see if I can find it. Community market. Mira, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. Let's see. Warframe. Arcane? Warframe. This. It's a skin. Search. Yeah, like, this is apparently a thing. Vauban Warframe skin, phased Vauban Warframe skin and helmet. It's worth $12 right now. Yeah, there's a few things on Warframe that you can, what if we did like this? And we'll just like raise this up a tiny bit so that we get rid of those cards. Oh, that's the only thing now. Oh, we don't need this. There we go. Rubido plated Rhino, Rubido plated Syandana, phase Syandana, phase skins. Wow, there's actually a number of things that you could tech. $1,000 for a phased Tigress skin. $1,000? Okay, chat, listen. Listen. Listen, chat, hear me out. Chat, hear me out. Okay, chat. Listen. Listen to me. Chat, listen. It would be really funny. Listen, it would be really, really funny. Open up your wallets for the meme of buying $1,000 Warframe skin. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Joking. Sorry, I can't do this one, Chief. Oh no, Miro's giving the smiley face. I'm joking. Who plays thousands of dollars for pixels with colors? A lot of people. I should buy it. You know what? If I win the lottery, I'll buy it. How about that? They should add it to the borrow inventory. Imagine. I mean, I actually am debating buying this one for what it's worth. This is actually one that I'm debating buying. Like, this one actually kind of looks cool. It's only $12. Anyway, chat, listen, it'd be funny. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not. If anyone gave me $1,000, that would be psychotic. Can you even get it now? No, that's why, like, you can't get it outside of the Steam market. It's only available through the Steam market store. But it is kind of funny that there's $1,000 Tigress skin in Warframe. How many people have that? Do it for the lulz? Please don't. Please do not. Please do not. Listen, I would request a refund if anyone gave me. I would contact however someone gave me $1,600 Canadian. I would figure out who that person is and I would return it to them. That would be criminal. Oh, outrageous. Like, no, I would not feel okay about that in any way, shape, or form. That one actually kind of looks cool. What does that look like in game? Hold on. We must be able to pull that up. Rubido. What was it? Rubido plated. Why don't I just do this? You can just go like this. You can't even pull it up? Rubido plate. Wow, you can't even pull it up. It's case sensitive? Yeah, but it would pop up with Ruby. Actually, it's not case sensitive because as we can see, I don't have any capitals there. Rubido stuff's popping up. I haven't played Gath? Yeah, I love Gath. Do you have any Coda Liches that are converted? I got one. It's something to do with a clown car. If you don't own it, it won't show up. Disappointing. Like, legitimately, this is one of my favorite Syndonas in the game. This skin, there's a few different versions of this skin. So, like, that one I'm actually tempted to. What is this one? Asa. What's the Asa Syndona? Like, to be fair, this one are the only two that I would think about buying. The rest of them, no. How would you build it for melee? Let me pull it up for you. Wrathful. Here we are. This is how I play it. Wrathful advance over the 4 because you don't really need armor strip these days. And then you play around like Doom plus Grave Spirit, Spectral Spirit stuff. I got catalyzing shields here just because I found it was kind of nice to have a little bit of extra shield generation. Shield gating. And then we have multiple abilities that we can spam for shield gen to get for our catalyzing shields. So that's the idea behind it. She double dips on viral? Yeah, she's really silly. It's Doom that technically double dips on viral. But really, you're not using Doom to... you're not really using Doom all that often. You just keep it on here so that Spectral Spirits Doom applications will be max strength. Right? It essentially creates it so that you can deal like half of your health or half of the enemy's health and then kill them right away. What do you think of cool about getting a prime frame for the final update of 2026? That should be the case, yes. You still have no idea how to play here. You've had it explained like 8 times. Okay, what do you mean by how to play? Like you aren't sure of how Warframe works? What arcanes am I using? Fury and Augmented. More power strength, more damage. I did look at your boar build, but I didn't really comment at all on it. Yeah, it should be the orders for this year's Prime should be Styanax next, then Varuna, then Citrine, then Kulubo. Yeah, I don't got anything to say here for your build. Your build's great. Your build's fantastic. Yeah, nothing to say here. Looks great. You got cold, no crit damage? Crit damage is coming from here. It's not a great amount of crit damage. You could use more, absolutely. But you would have to remove cold, which then would make primary frostbite not do a whole lot. Which, to be fair to you, King, it's hiding behind my cam. You wouldn't see that. That's my own fault. I am working on redesigning my whole entire layout here. So, including getting vertical streaming going. I'm hopefully going to be able to do that this week. Because I want to do vertical streaming for both YouTube and Twitch. And then it gives me the option to go for other platforms if TikTok ever decides to pay Canadians. I would like to see more critical damage on here, screaming. But you would have to like replace Frigid Blast for that. And then you would lose the critical damage that you're getting from Frostbite. Which Frostbite does give you what? How much critical damage again? 2.25 times 40. It's 90% critical damage. So it's not great amounts of critical damage. But it's not bad. Oh, critical damage. I was calculating the multi-shot there. Yeah. 120. Why not reroll the Riven? I mean, if they want to, yeah. The multi-shot's really nice and the damage is nice. The reload speed is also convenient for reloading the weapon and going into the incarnate form. Honestly, find the full status bore more satisfying. Yeah, I'm in that boat too. Full status bore, go the status incarnate evolution, and then go debilitate is really funny. What's ETA? How do you unlock it? ETA is a end game mode that you can start doing once you've reached rank 4 or 5 with the hex. I forget which of the two it is. It's essentially gives you a set. Don't worry about your Dagath question. I haven't forgotten about you. It's a game mode where the game gives you certain modifiers that you can choose, as well as what frames you're playing and weapons that you bring, and give you more bonuses and benefits and loot if you match up with the modifiers that the game gives you. That's where you farm Archon shards, Universal Fallout, Escapist, and Hotshot. Hotshot is farmable in another direction, which, well, it's technically not farmable, it's gambable. If you go here into the Sanctum Adonomica, you can melt down arcanes that you own and duplicates or triples or however many you have of extras and trade in for Hotshot. So Hotshot's actually very accessible in comparison to where it was a couple of weeks ago. So you go into here, you do Arcane Dissolution, and you go to the Hex Collection, the Holvania Arcane Collection, pardon me, and you buy these, and you just hope that you get a Hotshot. Universal Fallout. So it's not like crazy chance in here, but like realistically speaking, once you're on the steel path, like I've got 7,000 Vosper and I still have not look at all these extras of arcanes that I own that I could melt down. Apparently I own a max rank a spare max rank arcane energize. Who'da thunk? So like all of these are extras that I could turn into Vosper, right? So that's 1,800 Vosper there. So that's 9 relic packs right there. Right? 200 relics each. Doing a bunch of Steel Path Hex bounties, so you got some stuff you can melt down? Yeah. People still use Energize? Yeah, often. Energize is still very, very useful. It's not super necessary anymore because we have so many other ways of gaining energy. But it's actually still really, really good. Now, to answer your question about Dagath, I haven't forgotten about you, don't worry. Send me a Valkyrie build? Yeah, take a look at it when I get to it. The whole idea behind Dagath is, depending on how you're playing her, right? Largely speaking, you're playing around the synergies of her kit, right? So, Doom is honestly her best ability. Between Doom and Grave Spirit, these are her 2 best abilities. Grave Spirit will, if you don't have the augment, which is Spectral Spirit here, but we'll get to that in a second. When you take fatal damage, you instead don't take fatal damage. You go invincible for its duration, and you killing enemies has a chance to drop health orbs. If you have Spectral Spirit, then you turn it on, and then it has a duration, and then it has a cooldown time to it as well. But the thing with Spectral Spirit is that all of your abilities and weapons have 100% chance to apply Doom. So you go here. Doom, what that damage redirection means is any damage that you deal to the enemy will be reapplied to them when it expires, or when that reapplication of damage would kill the enemy. So if you cast Doom on somebody, deal 50% of their health damage, and you have 100% damage redirection. Here you can see I have 98% with my current strength values. Once you get the enemy down to 50% health, it'll insta-kill them. But it actually scales with viral, so it actually does more damage when you have viral, and will increases damage even further, so that means that you have to deal less damage to kill enemies. Right? It's like OG viral? Yeah, sort of. Because OG viral would reduce enemies' health, this reduces the amount of health necessary to kill someone. So, sort of. You're certainly not wrong. But that's usually the trick that people play with, is Spectral Spirit. You activate Spectral Spirit on cooldown, and then every kill that you get outside of Spectral form, so that's when Grave Spirit is activated with Spectral Spirit on. PSF on Dagath, Spectral Spirit cover knockdowns. Yeah, but when I'm not in Spectral Spirit, I don't want to get knocked down and die. Zephyr and Oberon, nothing for Zephyr, but I do have one for Oberon, but we'll sit tight. It has a cooldown. So the Prime Sure Foot is just to protect you in between the cooldowns, so you don't die outright. And then her fourth ability is Haunts. She summons horses, and they will remove enemies' defenses and deal a lot of damage. And with the amount of power strength that I have here, with multi augmented kicking in, it does 100% armor strip. You have 2 armor strips on this build? Yes, I do. Yep. This isn't here for the armor strip. This is here to do damage for Grave Spirit, to activate Grave Spirit's Doom application. So this isn't here for anything other than Doom stuff. Right? It's not here for the armor strip. It's so that it's an active, constant ability that will constantly be applying damage to constantly do this. Doesn't do much for super bosses? Yeah, no, it's not. The Doom isn't there for super bosses, it's for everybody else. That makes sense when it says Doom applies with hit from weapons. Is that only melee? No, it's all weapons and abilities. So, Phantom Eyes deals just small amounts of damage, but it deals damage so that it will activate Spectral. This is from Tactical Potato, by the way. This is not a Zenosfire original. This is a Tactical Potato build here, just like as a heads up. This is not mine. I should put an Omni here. This is a Tactical Potato special. This one here, like I run Evade over the 1, and I don't run the Grave Spirit augment Spectral Spirit here. The idea behind this one is we're invisible, and then any burst damage that would kill us activates Grave Spirit, and then we're fine for another 25 seconds. And then we have Rolling Guard for emergencies stuff there as well. Prime stuff? Do you mean prime mods, or do you mean primed Warframes? Also, Sugar Red Hat. If you, or was it Sugar Red Hat? It was Sugar Red Hat. Oh, you're talking about Dagath? You're not sure how to play Dagath, Sugar Red Hat? Is it redundant to go both adaptation and persistence? So my logic with adaptation and persistence running them both on the same build is depending on your frame and the level of play that you're going at, adaptation will deal with the chip damage and stop the chip damage from just like whittling you down, whereas adaptation or persistence will catch any of the burst damage, right? So it makes it so that you can't take more than 500 damage, and adaptation is there for your chip damage. And then that allows your healing to go and sort of kick in there. So this one is just sort of being invisible. Grave Spirit is your emergency, and because Doom will just give you base. How does this work? When you're in Spectral Spirit, Doom is 2 times critical damage or 2 times damage. And when you're not in Spectral Spirit, it's 1 times damage, I believe, is the trick to this. So that's why I'm running this, and I'm not running the Doom augment. Sorry, not the Doom augment. The Grave Spirit augment is because I want that extra damage always when I'm invisible, is the idea here. And then we have Arcane Concentration to lock in more duration into Evade or Doom or whatever we need to. It's not necessary here, though. I just have it. Circumvent would also go really well here. And then multi-augmented for your power strength. And no, I don't have a build for the Alternox. That weapon is disappointing to me. And then I've got a caster orient build. Spectral Spirit to apply Doom for null stars. Increases the damage. What is the tech with her and her crit stuff? Why am I blanking on this? Why am I blanking on this? What is it to do with the crit damage stuff in her? There's something, hold on. I gotta go to the semi. There's something here and I just forget what it is. And I'm just now... Yeah, it's Grave Spirit. That's what it is. So when Grave Spirit isn't active and you don't have the augment on, Grave Spirit will give you passively bonus critical damage. So you go into here. So let me throw on here. We go here. It gives you CD when it crits. That's when you use the augment. I believe that it gives you... Yeah, so we can see here, Grave Spirit's giving extra critical damage. This, yeah, so it's just when you have it turned on, right? It's not when you're saved. That's when you have the augment. You just need to activate it, and then it'll give you the critical damage. But then when Grave Spirit is, when it's activated, which I'll just let myself die here so that you can see what I'm talking about. So it activates, and now Grave Spirit gives you, I believe, more critical damage when it's activated, if I'm remembering correctly. But let me just double check the wiki here. Not Doom. Oh, that was the exact opposite what I wanted. Critical damage bonus, while active, Spirit Path, Gath escapes death. What is the trick with this? Critical damage bonus, indefinitely, Gath suffers a lethal hit, she falls out of bounds. Critical damage bonus percentage shows up as guides as Digath. No, it turns off the critical damage. Stored by Phantom Wraith. Yeah, so the idea here with that build is you get the crit damage buff when you're invisible with evade, right? So you turn it on, you go invisible because of evade, and you have it constantly active. And that's the idea behind it. And then the passive, the death gate that it gives you is your sort of oh crap button, and then evade for your general survivability, and also gives you critical damage bonus. So that's the idea behind that build there. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I wanted to test the other side with the augment, because I think with the augment it gives you the bonus critical damage while it's active, if I remember correctly. Yeah, is that what it is? Okay. The augment makes it so that you get the critical damage while Spectral Spirit is active, whereas the normal side gives it to you whenever it's not active, if I remember correctly. And that's the idea of what we're going with here. Gods? Do you mean Garuda? Do you mean Garuda, friend? Or Gauss? Yeah, so here's the critical damage here. Increases critical damage on all weapons when you're in Grave Spirit, right? So the idea is that we have that as our emergency backup survivability using the evade build here. And then if we scroll over this, there we go. So critical damage is 100%, Doom critical damage is 200%. That's the tech. So then you cast Doom, you get 200% critical damage against enemies, and then you get that extra bonus damage there. Frost or Gauss, both are fantastic frames. Both are incredibly strong. Kind of depends on how you're wanting to play. Gauss is much faster paced, so if you want to just like go really, really hard, it's very, very strong. But yeah, you get one shot with Toxin of Gauss, but that's why you plan ahead with it and you bring something with Rolling Guard or some other survivability mechanic to cleanse yourself. Whereas Frost is Overguard generation, armor strip, and more supporting your squad. Arcane Resistance is another way that you could go as well, of course. Or some other status cleansing or toxin negating function, like Arcane Resistance, Rolling Guard, a ability that gives you status immunity, or so on and so forth. Frost, on the other hand, deals like a huge amount of armor strip in a wide area, crowd control, boosting up your crits, is a fantastic weapon platform, but is more chooses a room and hangs out there, whereas Gauss is hunts down enemies, is the other sort of difference with the playstyle. What Arcane's using for this Sagath? This Sagath is using Arcane Concentration to lock in the extra duration into evade, and multi-augmented for more power strength for Doom and Grave Spirit and the Cavalry. This is the evade build. And then a caster build, because it's me, I always have to make a caster build. Using the Avenger tech for Null Stars. And then Concentration to lock more duration into the Null Stars and lock more duration into Grave Spirit with Arcane Concentration. And then the cavalry will armor strip for Null Star's damage, and Doom will work with the critical damage here, will work on here, and kind of just like a fun little combination there. Also gives you more damage resistance, also gives you more damage. Just all, it's like a fun little build. And then Arcane Avenger for more crits onto here. Just got the Brad Prime Receiver. How much would that be worth? Check Warframe.market. And then this is just a typical weapon platform build. Thermal Sunder is the one I'm using here, but you can use whatever you want to. Hey, Wannabe, how you doing? What you up to? A good time zone? I love that. So this is using Arcane Circumvent for stealing enemies' armor, shields, and Overguard. And then Thermal Sunder, Thermal Transfer. Do I like Garuda? Yeah, Garuda's actually a ton of fun. So yeah, Frost versus Gauss, it's kind of, depends on how you want to play, right? They're a little bit different in the directions of how you want to play. Debilitate Boar with Shivering Contagion is fun. Yeah. Don't forget, you can put Shivering Contagion on your Sentinel's weapon and it'll still activate. So you don't need to have Shivering Contagion on your weapon specifically. You can throw it on your Sentinel. So this build is just boosting up your damage with Thermal Transfer, right? Spectral Spirit, go ham. And then also gives you an easy way to apply Grave Spirit's, Spectral Spirit's Doom through just like slapping a Thermal Sunder out there. Is the idea with that. And then Wrathful Advance is just a classic melee to Gath. Go into Spectral Spirit, gain a bunch of critical damage on Doom targets, Wrathful Advance for the crits, and you just slap people down. It's hilarious. Fury, multi-augmented. The weapon platform is multi-augmented and Circumvent. Now someone asked for my Oberon build, so let me pull it up here. I've got a few different Oberon builds that I like to play with, so I'll just show you one or two of them here. But then you would have to use a Sentinel. Yeah, but I mean, the Nautilus is good. Or if you're going for like closer range stuff, you know, you could throw on something else. Or the Shade. Well, the Shade, yeah, you could do it with the Shade. But you probably don't want to be invisible. But like you could get, you know, the Worm. There's a lot of different ones. So for Oberon builds is what I'm running as like my typical build. I don't know why I don't have an empty slot here. Oh, it was because I wasn't certain what I was going to be running on here. That's why. So this is like a standard build. It's just okay. This isn't meant to be playing around with his radiation for universal fallout too much. Although you can absolutely do that. This is my health tank build with Elemental Ward. And then we're running Arcane Bellicose for more power strength. And multi-augmented for more power strength, so that we have just like a ton of health. And then we just are incredibly tanky with the amount of armor and the passive. Breach Surge / Mark for Death. So you cast Breach Surge, then you cast all your abilities. And if you go for the Mark for Death build, then you replace Breach Surge with Mark for Death. And then you cast Smite on the Mark for Death person. Got to go to therapy. I hope you have a great session today. This is a melee build. Wrathful Advance over the 1. And Battery here for our armor. Fury for damage. On our caster build, Breach Surge Mark for Death build, we got Battery, Universal Fallout for our energy stuff, because we're going to have max armor from our abilities. Gun platform build. I'm using Smite and Fusion here with Roar just for like pure weapon damage, and that's the idea behind this. It's just big old weapon damage. And then I don't think I have anything on this build. Oh, I was trying, this was the Mark for Death. This is just the Mark for Death. So Breach Surge or Mark for Death. So it's like 4 different builds is what I got for him. He's actually a outrageously powerful frame these days. He's crazy. Uzi, what you got? Furious. Horn Strike, Shots, Deep Freeze, Magnetic Might, Winds of Purity for the Lifesteal. Secondary Encumber? I don't know if I would go Encumber on here. I don't know if I would go Encumber on here. I also don't know if I would go Cold as a solo element. If you got a soul, oh, I guess it's going into Blast in the Incarnate form. Because then it would be Cold plus Heat and you'd be getting Blast. So that's actually pretty good. Yeah. I still don't know about Encumber here. I'd probably just go more damage though, or fortifier. And just go like a super support Furious. So that you get the life steal from this, and then you get overguard steal from fortifier. But you got magnetic for helping deal with that fortifier stuff. Hey, bros, what you got? Yeah, this is kind of where I was thinking of putting my build. Except for instead of Nourish, I'd do Onamori for more of a level cap oriented build with this Steinax. And I went harder into shields than what you did here. Like, I have redirection on here. But yeah, I do like this. Brief Respite for occasional shield generation. Because you're going to be spamming your 1 and your 2 fairly frequently. Circumvent to steal enemies, overguard, armor, and shields. Always good. Multi-augmented for more power strength. So yeah, you're basically doing a very similar build than what I was doing earlier. Very similar idea here. Steinax. Ooh. Cool fashion. I like that. Blues and greens go really well together. Gabe Xan plays. What you got? Araxia? Ooh, kind of an Araxia Prime looking build. Ooh, that's cute. I like that. It looks nice. Nightshade, what you got? Ooh, yeah, I love this Wukong set. This is one of the coolest deluxe sets in the game. I really like it. I think I would tone this gold back a little bit, though. I think it's a little bit bright. Turbo, Uriel. I think you sent this one before Turbo, but I do love it. Or, you know, we've seen so many white and yellow on the energy channels, yellow on the energy channels, white armor on Uriel. It just looks so good. Uriel is just one of those cool fashion frames. Ninkandi Prime, Vortex, electric magnetic gas. Yeah, nice. Yeah, the Ninkandi has electric base, so it's actually fairly solid for doing like influence on if you feel like going that route. And what you have here is very nice. Is Reach the right choice though? It's only got 50% follow through. But I guess if you're just trying to get like damage, get elements out for condition overload, then that's fine. But just keep in mind that. And the only other thing would be is like, this is your only source of critical damage. It should be more than enough. Should be. If you had to pick a frame to do as much damage as possible using only abilities, no weapons, no helmet, who would it be? Sevagoth. Sevagoth's 1 and 2 combination is outrageously high damage. Glaive, your Valkyr. Okay, I think you sent this a week or two ago. Or a few days ago, but I think that you're going a little bit too hard on your energy. So there's a few things where like I would make some improvements here. You don't need 100 adrenaline and equilibrium and nourish. Right? Like nourish plus 100 adrenaline will be more than enough for you, or nourish plus equilibrium will be more than enough. One of these two can go. One of these two can go here. Battery's a good choice because you'll have max energy when you have Warcry active plus Hysteria. I wouldn't run persistence here. Her death gate from her passive is the best survivability mechanic in the game. Like hands down, it's outrageously strong. So I wouldn't be using persistence on her at all. I would go more power strength here, or fury for more damage. But you don't need persistence, and also I would make the argument that you also don't need fiber here. But you do have triple umbrals on here, but you do got lots of mod capacity, so you got lots of room. I wouldn't be running umbral fiber for the exact same reason as not running persistence, because Warcry gives you such huge amounts of armor, and Hysteria makes that 3 times whatever armor you get. So what's your strength value? 250, so it's 100 and yeah, about 134 actually. That number is actually showing about proper. So you have 2,300 armor without Hysteria kicking in. So in reality, you're closer to 8,000 armor, 7,000 a bit, or just under 7,000. You're gonna have so much armor from here. Yeah, the triple umbras don't show up properly here, right? This is just a known thing with triple umbras. The stats don't show up here properly. But I would say that you don't need umbral fiber here. I don't think you need umbral fiber, and I would go again more power strength. The other thing that you could do, as someone else mentioned, range. I like running some range on her for Rip Line's enemy grouping. It's not super necessary, but it is actually a good quality of life for you to just sort of like move around and then group enemies for you to slice down with your 4. So like on this build, I would replace Equilibrium for stretch, and I would replace Umbral Fiber with some more power strength. Because Hunter Adrenaline plus Nourish, like honestly, Nourish should be probably solving most of your energy problems, just like realistically. But Hunter Adrenaline will make it so that you never have to worry about Nourish there. But I don't think that you need persistence here. Her passive is so strong. You can take Valkyrie to level cap with no mods. Hey, Legend. Lights fall. But I think that you're going in the right direction. I just think that you're going too hard in a few areas. Like, this feels like you've had energy problems before, so you just was like, I'm going to throw the whole kitchen sink at my energy problems. And it feels like you died maybe once or twice, so you're like, I'll throw on persistence. But if you throw in a little bit of range to make Ripline's enemy grouping better, then you'll activate her passive very quickly with Hysteria. Like, just honestly, just Ripline on its own, grouping 3 or 4 enemies together will basically activate her passive. And get it up to that point. Am I short about Hydroid? I do love Hydroid. Ooh, cool fashion on your Valklave. Very cool fashion. Hey, Jag, how you doing? King Amongst Thieves, Garuda, Cheapo Garuda. Focused on Dread Ward as a unique form of survivability. Okay. Becoming killable for 8 seconds with Dread Mirror kills the target by ripping out its life force. How often are you actually activating this, though? Like, how often does this actually activate for you is my only question. Pretty often? Okay. I've just not messed around with this. So, like, I don't see it actually killing people very often when I play her. So that's the reason why I say that. 40% of maximum health? Yeah. But it was more of, I wasn't certain that if it was enough, like if you were getting the kills often enough with it. But yeah, if that works, then yeah, absolutely. I would offload natural talent into your companion. Not companion, sorry, your shard choices. And then I would get the augment for Seeking Talons. So that's an insta cast for Molt Reconstruct. That's what I would do. Arcane Ages for an extra shield generation, just for moments when Dread Ward isn't up. Makes sense. That's kind of cool. You wanted to avoid using Archon Shards and Forma? Okay, yeah, so then that makes sense. Why you have natural talent here. That makes sense. Rob, welcome in. How you doing? Ace, the Vectus Prime finally got your Riven to the perfect roll. Heat, status chance, minus magazine capacity. So you're at the 1 magazine, so you got Prime Chamber going? Nice. So silly. So what, you get 3 shots before you got to reload with Primary Crux, right? Does this work for the ammo efficiency? Because it's still technically the first shot in the magazine with the ammo efficiency? Yeah, it does. That's hilarious. Silly tech. Absolutely silly. I like it. I like it a lot. Free damage? Yeah, literally. Multiplicative damage too. It's absolutely, it's one of the dumbest mods in the game. Mira, your Banshee support Gorgon. Sometimes you swap with Gorgon, a different crit mod, different Riven. Status chance, damage, critical chance, ammo maximum. Yeah, you don't really need ammo maximum. You're perfectly fine. It's got so much ammo that you're usually pretty good. And then you're doing the support build for the magazine capacity, ammo maximum, inflicting 20 cumulative hits, freezes enemies, or not freezes, petrifies them. Frostbite for more multi-shot and critical damage. So then this will activate this faster because this is attacks. Is metamorphic magazine? Does it mean hits when it says attacks? So multi-shot. You know, multi-shot counts as multiple hits rather than, you know, is it trigger press or is it bullet hitting? Yes, it's hits? Okay. Yeah, that would be super solid then. How do you mod your Panzer for Araxia? I've got a Panzer build on the channel. I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but thank you very much for the follow. This is the Panzer I run. It's just the standard Panzer. The only thing that I would change on there for an Araxia build would be the seismic bond, because Araxia's 4 is a channeled ability, so you can just get yourself some free efficiency. And I would just slot that in there. What's your other one here? Just finished making Sobek Lich. Ooh. Multi-shot crit chance. Ooh, that's pretty tasty, actually. What's the other one that you had here? Shatter Stance damage crit chance. Oh, both are solid choices, though. Both are solid choices. Okay, y'all know the deal. We gotta run some ads. Sit tight. See you in a second. You can even petrify the Acolyte. That's hilarious. You just send them in, Anturi. There's my in-game name. Just send it in. And I take a look at it when I get the chance. Ooh, cool looking Dagath. Ooh, very cool looking Dagath. Actually, I like that saw blade in there. I'm usually not a big fan of that, but we'll wait until after the ad break. No, I don't do trading, King. I don't think I have that ribbon. I don't think so. Oh, I've got something in my inbox here. Mira, what's this? The Azza signed on. Oh, thanks, Mira. Oh, thanks. Sorry, I didn't see that until just now. What does that one look like? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, it's like a pure energy channel signed on. Oh, that's actually super cool looking. How did I not see this one before? It's just like a pure, just like a energy scarf almost. I don't know how well it's picking up on stream. You can see the bottom of it here. Can AoE hit Sonar's weak points? I believe so, yes. Ooh, I like that. I'm gonna have to figure out where to use that. Dallas Cowboys rule. If there's one thing I know about the Dallas Cowboys is that they aren't good at sports. But that could just be Sam making fun of Travis, and I actually don't know anything about sports. Someone will understand that reference. That's a Critical Role thing where Sam makes fun of Travis for being a Dallas Cowboys fan. This is, now that we're out of the ad break, DJ, I really love this Dagath. I think this is a really, really good use of like neutral tones with a bright gold in there to break it out. I really, really like that Dagath. Zaya, yep, that's a name. What do you got on here? Crit chance cold, certainly not bad. You could certainly, you don't necessarily need to be using prime cryo rounds, right? Because you got the cold here. So I would look at getting yourself a different element on here instead of cryo rounds. Which bond should you replace for seismic? On the Panzer? Great question. Forget which one I replaced for seismic. I would probably replace Enhanced Vitality or Redirection. Probably Enhanced Vitality. Right? Because we're running Reinforced Bond here. Right? We're running Reinforced Bond, so we want to keep this so that we have our shields above the necessary for Reinforced Bond. Yes, I know that my screen is hiding it. My camera's hiding it. So that's the reason why I like having the shield values. I would probably drop Enhanced Vitality here. For it. Kuva Ogress or Kuva Sobek, which one do I prefer? Sobek, 10,000%. Not even a question. Stuff Zenosfire's camera into the fridge? Okay. Hold on. How dare you? You heard it here. Okay, everybody, I'm closing the fridge door. Have fun. See ya. Okay, anyway. Thankfully, the microphone is not in the fridge, just the camera. So on here, I would... on your Bratton here, whose Bratton is this? Zayad Zvigar. I mean, Prime Shred when you can get it, but I would probably not use Prime Cryo rounds. You have the cold here already, and you get critical chance here. It's 50% less damage, and that's kind of whatever. Getting another element on here is probably what I would do, right? You got viral already, you go magnetic, or you go rad here. But, so, because of this roll in this Riven, I would say you don't necessarily need this. Also, you've got a lot of sources of neutral damage. I don't think that this gets multiplicative damage, so I would probably also replace the Serration. And I would get yourself... Wait, where's your crit chance? This is your only crit chance mod? I would replace this for crit chance. Because you got neutral damage here, and you got Deadhead for more neutral damage. Alternatively, what you could do is keep Serration and switch Deadhead over, because you're running... oh, you're not running solo cold. I lied to you. I'm sorry. And you can't get Toxin either because you're running viral. If you went Toxin or viral as a solo element, you could go Frostbite for more critical damage and multi-shot. Or Blight, again, critical damage and multi-shot. Secondary, is there a secondary weapon rewarded by login? Yeah, it's the Zakti. It starts with a Z as well. Azima, sorry, not Zakti, Azima. Something wrong with my lighting? Oh, sorry, I'll let you out of the fridge. Sorry, let me out of your fridge. Okay, there you go. You're out of the fridge now. There you go. Sorry. Turbo Zephyr. Ooh, Turbo. I really like that Zephyr, actually. Swaps the camera to the GoPro attached to Max. Oh, sorry, I'll do that. Here, he's in the closet, so this is what you're gonna see. There you go. There you go. Now you're in the closet with Max. There you go. Full login reward run to level cap would be amusing. I mean, I bet you could do it. It's not that hard. Okay, this bit's over. Let me put the camera back on. Let you out? Okay, fine. I'll let you out. There you go. Oh, Altasin, that made me move my camera, so now it looks weird. There we go. How dare you, Altasin? How dare you give me a bit that I could commit to? Yeah, this is the typical build for, Zephyr. High duration, high range, low strength, because you're just playing around for the tornado stuff. Rolling guard for emergency survivability. Auger reach for shield gating if you need it. Aerodynamic for a little bit of reduced damage while you're airborne. Mold efficiency for more duration. Arcane concentration for more duration. Yep. Looks good to me. The tailwind augment. What's the tailwind augment again? Is that the airburst rounds? Yeah, I would probably get the airburst rounds on here. I would probably remove the constitution here. Not tailwind. You mean the airburst rounds augment, right? That's what I think you mean. Which I would replace this for. Because you're getting 60% duration here, and you're getting 36% duration here, right? I would remove this and put on the airburst augment. Yeah, the secondary buff, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'd do there. You turn literal fighter jet and you're super happy about it. Casting the one lets you fly through multiple rooms at once. Yeah. She's silly. Blockchain. Sheen. Yep. Ooh, that's kind of cute. That's kind of cool. I like that. Ooh. The brown in there, that also looks nice. Yeah, actually, I like that a lot. Looks cool. Sevagoth. So I wouldn't run adaptation on Sevagoth because you don't really have any shields or health that you're working with here on your current build, so I'd look at probably towards rolling guard. Typically speaking, people play around the 1 and 2 augment combination, spamming these for damage. So that's what these two last slots would be. So I'd go rolling guard, brief respite, and do shield gating stuff there. Energize is super useful, molt augment for more power strength. Yeah, looks all good to me. Looks all good to me. You're certainly going in the right direction. Artur. What you got? Ooh, that's kind of cool looking. I think I would tone this red back a little bit. Like a little bit darker. So that the blue energy can come through a little bit more. But also that could just be Look Link. Look Link's been doing some weird things, so. Pure Invis caster for smite crits with viral heat, Verglass priming for the shade. The shade doesn't do attacks while it's invisible. While you're invisible, your shade doesn't attack. I don't think. Yeah, the duplex copies do. If you're going for the duplex stuff, then yes. But you didn't send me your build, so how would I know that? You didn't send me your Sentinel. You monster. You monster. So the only thing I would say is that Smite doesn't do a lot of status effects. So like Universal Fallout, I don't think it's going to be activating a whole lot for you here. Because I think it only does damage to the, it only applies radiation status effects to the first enemy hit, but not the AoE, if I remember correctly. So that's the only thing that I would keep in mind here, right? Is I don't think Smite will be activating Universal Fallout too much for you. Making it crit is fun though. Yeah, making a crit is hilarious. You're absolutely right. How are you making a crit? Just through her passive? That's interesting. Interesting. I wouldn't be using reverse rotoswell here. The reason why is you're invisible. You're not really going to be taking damage. So like, I would maybe switch this out for Rolling Guard for the emergency status cleanse / get out of dodge. Which -9, 11, you'd be able to get a Rolling Guard in here. Yeah, that's what I would do. I wouldn't use reverse Wodospell here. Because this will basically only reflect AoE damage that you take. So, the other thing that's important is that while this says damage redirected, it's actually a damage reduction. So you just have to keep that in mind. You've had no luck with being invisible. So the invisible tech with companions is anytime that you fire a weapon, you'll break your invisibility. So you want to, the invisibility with like the Shade of the Hurus, you're utilizing casting of abilities more than you're not utilizing your weapons at all. Because you'll maintain that invisibility as long as you don't fire your weapon. And that's the idea. If you're running the Shade of the Hurus. Otherwise, there's a few other ways that you can get invisible, you know, frames that have invisibility natively, have it, but you've had their invis break while being a pure caster. That's odd. That shouldn't be happening. That is odd. Why do you want to be invisible? Because invisibility is essentially invincibility in Warframe. You only really take damage from AoE things on the ground, so you can outskill that pretty easily. Through aim gliding or just being out of the way. Invisibility, it really is just basically invincibility. If you're too far away from your enemy, your invisibility breaks after 3 seconds. That's what it is probably happening to you, Altison. I totally forgot about that. Thank you, Mira. But you give no damage? No. You do ability damage. So the tech is to use it on an ability caster. Right? So this Gyre build, she's only casting her abilities. She's constantly invisible from a companion. It was when you were right next to them? That's odd then. Your efficiency is 45%? Well, this is that person's efficiency, yes. But they have Universal Fallout for orb generation and Archon Stretch for energy coming back. Yeah. So the idea is that you're not using your weapons, Mobius. You're using your abilities when you're doing the Shade of the Hurus tech. Right? Because the invisibility doesn't get broken by abilities being cast. It gets broken by you doing weapon damage. Like firing a rifle or meleeing or anything like that. You wish you had even one build for level cap? I mean, most builds can go to level cap if you outskill it, basically. Does Gyre 4 benefit from the Invis Arcane now? The critical damage? I don't think that it does. I forget what the... I remember looking into this before, but now I forget. Gyre / abilities. But it isn't efficient to have 45%? Yeah, I mean, that's why it's called efficiency, because you're right. The negative efficiency does equal out to being inefficient for your energy. Yes. For some reason, my brain says that... Why does my brain say that this can't get bonuses from critical damage? Why does my brain say that this can't get bonuses from critical damage? I remember there being something with her, but now I can't remember what it is. With critical damage stuff. I remember there being a thing here. Yeah, I need to clean my first AFK phrase where your companions sometimes break and shut down the ability after 1 min. You go 2 AFK phase where you can only get the buff from another after 3 min. Only cat. Ooh. You mean more efficiency is better, but that's just you, I guess. Because there's so many ways to regenerate your energy in the game now. Efficiency is kind of a potentially dump stat. Critical damage bonus applied to all equipped weapons, abilities that can crit, with the exception of Gyre. There we go. That's what it is. It's specifically Crepuscular with Gyre. That's what it is. Yeah, because there's so many ways for you to gain energy in the game now, efficiency is kind of a dump step these days. Right? Archon Stretch can be activated by a companion, so you don't need to do electrical damage with your abilities, your own self on your frames. There's 2 free energy a second there. If you're playing a radiation-based frame, Universal Fallout. If you're playing any form of usual companions, you have Synth Deconstruct plus Equilibrium or plus the Equilibrium purple shards for energy there. If you feel like being really crazy, you can go Energy Nexus. I think this is a bait mod. I don't like this mod at all because I would just say throw on Archon Stretch instead. There's so many ways for you to regenerate energy in the game now these days that, like, having negative efficiency, like, all of my builds have negative efficiency. Like, all of my builds run, nearly all of my builds run negative efficiency. Like here on my Nova too, because Nova's passive generates health and energy orbs, negative efficiency. My Araxia, because she has so many health orbs from her abilities. I run Brightbonnet here, but if you're running Equilibrium plus Mercy's Kiss, negative efficiency. There's so many ways to gain energy in the game now these days that it's not, efficiency isn't as necessary. 24% Ash Prime playtime, but you never use it for level cap. Ash is actually incredible in level caps. Again, invisibility essentially turns into invincibility at a certain point. These are supposed to be these shards here. Really in depth when you're just trying to rage bait? Nah, dude, rage baiting doesn't work here. The only time that you rage baiting works here is like if you're coming in here and being racist, but then that's not rage baiting. I just ban you and report you to Twitch. And then you get your Twitch account deleted. I don't get rage baited. I just go to the nuclear options. I think I've been rage baited like twice successfully. Shade Prime. Spend time merging all my shards at Tauforge. I really should, yeah. But yeah, Ash is actually really good at level cap. Because the invisibility is invincibility at certain points, and because his invisibility is just so easily recastable. Mobius, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Thank you. On using Reeve on Gyre, what's your logic for using Reeve? Thank you very much, Mobius. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your ad-free experience. Duplex Bond, Contagious, Momentous, Coolant Link. So the only thing I would say is I'm like 80% certain that Duplex Bond clones can't activate Contagious Bond. My brain is saying that these don't work together. I don't know why my brain is saying that. I don't know if I'm right or not, but my brain says that this doesn't work. And also, thank you very much for the follow. Deceived, welcome on in. Takes so long to do Circle on the Steel Path? Yeah, it does take a long time. Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, yeah. Yeah, see, the problem here is Deceived is like I spend most of my time helping people, so like if someone tries to rage bait, I just assume that they're actually asking a proper question, like what happened with you, because it's just like I help out new people all the time. It's like, oh, why do people need efficiency? Why do people need and I'm just like, boop. So you need to adjust the XP you earn. I have been saying that for a very long time. So this is the only thing I would say on here. Will there be a stream on Saturday? No, probably not. I'll be going to visit some friends. It took me about 6 or 7 years to complete the Steel Path, so don't worry. Coolant link. I don't know if coolant leak again works with that combination. I don't think so. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to short, otherwise, see you in a second. Yep, this looks good on here too. Yep. And we'll take a look at the rest of stuff once we're done here. Friggin' 70 Forma. What are you supposed to watch on your birthday? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Whoa! Arntool, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. That was totally unnecessary, but very, very appreciated. Totally unnecessary. I'm very happy to give people help. You know, it's what I do. But I appreciate the support nonetheless. That's very, very kind of you. Hold on. Someone's name is I'm Directionally Challenged. One of the people who got a gifted sub is named I'm Directionally Challenged. I want that person to speak up, because that is a fantastic username. What a goated username. I'm Directionally Challenged. I should send that to my best friend. He's horrifically directionally challenged. But yeah, I mean, I super appreciate it. I'm very happy to help people for free. That's what I do here. But I do appreciate the generosity. It really helps out quite a lot. An anonymous gift or gifted a sub to Weird Smell. Hey, that's happened like 4 times here. Anonymous person giving gifts to a Weird Smell? How dare you call me out like that? Is that my roommate giving a sub? What the hell? Calling me Weird Smell in my room? It's not me, it's Max, I swear. How does that keep happening? I don't know. My like headcanon is the person who's the anonymous gifter is just Rue. I have no evidence, but that's my bet. Anonymous gifter, anonymous. Oh, never mind. This is probably my brother. No, I lied. Take a shower. This has to be Jesse doing this. Jesse, take a shower. I shower at least once a day. I sometimes shower twice a day because I like showers. Anyway, I like showers. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. Take a anonymous person. Send a build to clean the cat box. Okay, I do actually need to do that tonight. I do that every other day, and I need to do that tonight. It is actually hold on. It's, see, you can see I set reminders for myself, and see it says clean the litter box 6 hours ago. So yes, a hype train. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you. You like trains? I like trains too. I like trains. Trains are good. Trains go zoom. Altison for the 5 gifted. Holy smokes, Altison. Thank you very much. That's incredibly kind of you. Is a Hound a good companion for Wukong, or what do you recommend? Yes, actually, Hound is very good for Wukong. Because Hounds do very good status priming, meaning that they spread a bunch of status effects to enemies. And with that, it makes it so that Condition Overload will do a lot of damage. The other option for a status priming companion is the Dirigio, which is my personal preferred companion. for status priming, just because they're generally speaking, I find the Dredges a little bit more survivable than Hounds. I find that Hounds die very quickly and easily, especially in like later Steel Path and stuff. But it's very, very good companion. I like trains. We just skip that part. I do like trains. Trains are great. They go zoom. They take me from place to place. Like I'm getting on a train to go to TennoCon. Trains are great. But see, you can't rage bait me here. It doesn't work. I like trains. Trains are great. They take you somewhere for sure? Yeah. There's a train station right over there. It takes me to go see my best friend or my mom or my other mom or to go to TennoCon. Level cap? Yeah, level cap is when you stay in an endless mission until the enemies get to the game maximum of 9,999. We did one level cap. It went very poorly for me. Prime pack leader on your Hound, Wukong? Yeah, absolutely. That would be a fantastic choice to make your Hound much more survivable. You think that was the intent of their message? No, of course not. My other mom? Yeah, I got my stepmom. One mom lives on that side of the city. My stepmom lives on the other side of the city. The one who pops up in chat is my stepmom. She pops in and is like, "Hi, chat. Thanks for supporting my son." It's really cute. I love that my mom pops in and says hi to all of you. It makes me very happy. She's like, "Do you mind if I do that?" Like, no, you're supporting your child's dream. That's so cool. The fact that I got supportive parents who are like, "Yeah, chase your insane dream." It's great. Exactly. I love it. We love streamer mom, exactly. The one who pops up in here is my stepmom. And then my mom, she doesn't really pay attention to the whole Twitch streaming stuff, but she pays attention to all my shorts and she likes all my stuff on social media. She's great. But she doesn't have time for like popping into stream, unfortunately. Unfortunately, you have to go now. No worries, Mira. Thank you so much for hanging out today, and thank you very much for, you know, doing that level cap with us. And hanging out, and you'll sub, and thanks for just being awesome. Thanks for being you. I appreciate you. And I hope you have yourself a good night. For whoever just asked for the Discord link, here you go. Played your first EDA today, damn near lost your mind. What was going on with your EDA today, Penguin? Sorry, that was a bit delayed to answering you there. We've kind of, you know, ye old ADHD. Miss Sotha, what you got? Can you send over your build? Yeah, please do. There's my in-game name right there for you. Oh, hey, chat, can you do me a favor? When you go here, what shows up here for all of you? Because this is supposed to be this. And I guess I gotta figure out what one's showing up here, because for some reason it's showing this stupid thing. But I want this to be the one that shows up. The normal leaderboard, is it this here? Shows you the gift badge, it's a leaderboard. Okay, what leaderboard is it showing you all? Because there's a few different leaderboards. See what I mean? It's the gifted subs? Okay, because that's what it's supposed to be showing. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to double check. If any of you all want in on the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote, support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch bits. Any Amazon primers out there with your Bezo bucks laying around? Sound really different on stream? Yeah, it's here, this is the trick to it. See, this is me talking as I am recording, and I read from a script so that my voice is much more measured. On stream, we're fucking psychotic. It's just vocal training and things like that. So like proper posture, drop your chin so that it elongates your vocal cords, have it off to the side so that there's less plosives and picks up less of the mouth noises, and so on and so forth. Just basic recording techniques is all it is. Literally the exact same mic, the exact same, you know, I do run like VSTs on here. So I got like a comp, compressor, a noise gate. This helps to remove the those noises. And then just your basic EQ. So it works well. Thank you all for the hype train. Appreciate you, Altison, anonymous person gifting a sub to clean the cat box, take a shower, and weird smell. Arntool for the 5 as well. Appreciate you all. And Mobius as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So going back to builds here. Mizotha, what you got? Prisma Engstrom. Yeah, looks good to me. Nothing to say on here. You may want to switch out from Merciless though. If you are running heat on the Incarnate form, you are forcing it into blast here. If you got like heat on its own, you might want to go into Cascade of Flare, but you probably don't have heat on its own. It's probably not showing up here. Although the heat from just sort of landing the hits is probably going to activate Hot Shot for you, or not Hot Shot, sorry, Cascade of Flare. So that's the only thing I would really say on here. I think that the rest of your build is really, really good. Nothing really to change. You might want to change off of Viral, maybe go into Corrosive instead, but like that's neither here nor there. I think what you have here is super solid. The only thing I would change is Secondary Merciless into Cascade of Flare. And sorry, I realize I didn't explain why that's the case. In the Incarnate form, this gives you multiplicative damage. So while this is giving you 360% damage, the 500% damage from the Cascade of Flare will play very well with the multiplicative damage that this offers you. And that's the reason why. It's just more damage. Like the reload speed is nice because reload speed, of course, will affect going into Incarnate form. So it is nice in that regards. But just sort of, you know, if you're looking for bigger damage, you might want to go into Cascade of Flare. What does your Titania look like? Ooh. Oh, actually, I really like that pale orange. That sort of pinky pale orange there. Oh, I actually really like that. Ooh. Ooh, I like. And good choice with the Conqueror Ephemera there. Excellent choice. Glaive, what you got? Burstin, Deadhead, Stabilizer, Burstin, what you got? Crit chance, multi-shot, minus damage Grenadier. Okay, the minus damage Grenadier is really bad. But you probably will out-damage it. Like, that minus damage Grenadier is pretty bad. That's 320 rolls. Ugh, that's rough. Like, the rest of that roll is really good. And you can kind of, like, just get around it just by, like, pure weight of fire. Yeah, like, I would roll this more, annoyingly, because of the minus damage Grenadier, but it's certainly not bad. Lex Prime, minus damage to Infested is a fantastic negative. 500 rolls? Oh, you guys are crazy. That's way too many. Cascade of Flare on here, Goblin's Fusion, Semi-Pistol Cannonade, Hemorrhage. So you actually don't necessarily need to use Cannonade on here. The Incarnate form is very slow. And even with like Lethal Torrent on here, you will still be within the Hemorrhage range. Now, the nice side of this is that it locks your fire rate, so the minus fire rate from Creepy Bullseye isn't affecting you. So that's like the nice side of it. But you can actually play around with Hemorrhage with like Lethal Torrent and Prime Pistol Gambit on here instead of that. But that's sort of a personal preference thing. You do have Primed Heated Charge here and Scorch. I would probably drop Scorch for Magnetic Might, giving you some extra damage against shields and Overguard, but then also giving you more critical damage, more importantly. Because Prime Target Cracker is more than enough to ensure that you're activating Cascade of Flare and getting big heat procs. And the Magnetic won't water down your status chance too much. But more importantly, it's for the critical damage and stuff like that. So maybe that's something that I would look at. Maybe something I would look at. Super Trolley, Kufasobek. Not sure how to share the ribbon. Well, this works perfectly. Critical damage, multi-shot fire rate. That's a hot ribbon. The only way that could be better is if you had a negative. That is like the type of ribbon that I really want on my Sobek ribbon. Critical damage is super good on this weapon. The Kuva form can actually be a pretty good crit saz hybrid. Right? It's got a 21% base and a 2.3 crit multi, so it can actually play really well into a crit saz hybrid. And I do agree going double in on the crit damage because it does have a lower crit chance, so making those crits when they do hit much stronger is a good choice. Clip Delegation giving you 6-7 extra multi-shot and extra status chance is super nice. The only thing I would say on here is instead of point blank, because you have clip delegation, I would do the galvanized savvy here instead. And then I would get some elements in here. Like get an element here. Galvanized savvy, just like with one element, will be more than enough for this. A Revenant build? Yeah, I can pull that up for you, don't worry. Did he just? Oh, the 6-7? Yeah. I've done that like 4 or 5 times today, Sophia. Yeah. So like galvanized savvy, that'll give you some more status chance and make these into damage because it's 80, 160, 240, right? 80, 160, 240. This is only 90% damage. You will get more damage out of that. And you already feel attacked? I'm sorry, Sophia. Can I give you a hug as payment? Primary Merciless is fine on here. I probably wouldn't run Primary Merciless though. If you want to take a look at my Sobek build, I just redid my Sobek like a few days ago, like yesterday. So you can, that should be the Sobek, the most recent Sobek build. Yes, it is. So you can watch that video just for some ideas for you there. And for a Revenant build, Revenant's really easy. Revenant is how much strength can I throw on this frame and how much duration can I throw on this frame. This is a bit of a meme build that I was testing out. But typically speaking, do I have like a full proper Revenant build here? I surprisingly don't have a full proper Revenant build here. Typically speaking for Revenant, you just want to go high strength, high duration. Use Mesmer Skin. Mesmer Skin will, the amount of charges that it gives you, it makes you invincible while it's active, and the amount of charges that it gives you is based off your power strength, so that's why you want to boost up your strength as much as you can. Oh, it's because I have Fleeting Expertise on here. I don't know why I have Fleeting Expertise on here. I was wondering where all my duration was. So the amount of strength that you have will make the Mesmer Skin's amount of charges higher. And then duration, so what that duration means there isn't the duration of Mesmer Skin, it's the duration of invincibility for each charge that gets consumed. So one charge being active will give you 9.78 seconds of invincibility. And then another charge will get activated after that, or get consumed, pardon me, and then give you another 9 seconds of invincibility. And that's the idea of Revenant's survivability, and the real reason why people play Revenant is for Mesmer Skin so that they don't have to think about their survivability. And you just want to have as much strength and as much duration as you possibly can on the frame. And that's basically Revenant. That is all of what Revenant is these days. He's very boring, unfortunately. At least to me, he's very boring, I should say. Just as a math, Zephyr build with duration is very doable. Give you a speed of 5.31 kilometers an hour. 531 kilometers an hour. Jeez, what are you, a hyper train? Oh, that's a really pretty Saren, Zepcon, that's a really pretty Saren. I love that pink. Oh, that makes me so upset. Because I hate Saren. But the way you're playing Saren is interesting. A shield tank Saren, eh? Oh, that's kind of neat. I like that. The only thing I would say on here is instead of Molt augmented, let me see here. Narrow-minded for the duration. I hate Saren? Yeah, I hate Saren. I don't like her. I just don't like her. It's something to do with Saren. It's all about me. It's my fault. Our relationship fell apart because of me. I don't know if you need this much duration. I don't think you need this much duration. Xenos Saren. Hey, bud, how's it going? Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. The only concern I have here is that you don't have a way to regenerate your shields, right? So you got Vigilante Vigor and you got Fast Deflection, but you don't have a way to kickstart your shield generation. So make sure that like on your secondary, you're using some Augur mods. or maybe swap out Molt Augmented for Aegis to play in with these big amount of shields that you have. Because you are doing the Avenger combat discipline tech. And losing 60% power strength is a little bit rough, I agree. But unless you're willing to sacrifice that final critical multiplier or final critical chance from Arcane Avenger, Molt Augmented is what I would replace Aegis for. You have a status cleanse with Molt, so you don't need to worry about that. But, you know. Why do people run combat discipline? So the idea behind running combat discipline is that it activates Arcane Avenger. And this is the reason why. You're running out of cotton candy down there? Listen, get back to work. You're supposed to be making those shorts. You're not supposed to talk about the fact that I keep you locked in the basement. Do I think they'll ever increase the speed on Ashes 4? I really hope that they do, because in my opinion, it's the thing holding them back. It's really the thing holding him back. Nah, sorry, I don't have a Revenant short. Not yet. Combat discipline on Korra for Archon Intensify? Yeah, that's the other reason sometimes if you have a healing effect to activate Archon Intensify, because then you take damage directly and then you heal yourself through effect. And for Korra heals herself using Venari's heal command. So you can do some pretty interesting tech there. I do like this build, but I think that you need to get Aegis on here somehow or some other way to refresh your shields. Like a companion refreshing your shields or just something refreshing your shields so that these guys can kick in. And I think Aegis would be the best bet for you. But I do like the build, and I like the idea of doing a shield tank Saren. Okay, sorry everybody, gotta run a quick ad break. See you in a second. But with no damage buffs, you went with Gauss. He's pretty much Revenant with Arcane Aegis and gives increased fire rate, which is nice, but he gets one shot with Toxin. Yeah, but like you can get around the Toxin stuff, right? Rolling Guard, Status Cleanse, Rapid Resilience, Arcane Resistance. You know, you can get around the Toxin pretty easily these days. Atlas build, did you say please? Did you say please? Huh? Huh? You think I'm just a build person on demand like I always am? So this is the build I run. Usually people run higher range than what I run. Because the range does increases Atlas's explosions. Fashion check your Saren. Is it a point redeem? No, you just send it in. Nope, just send it on in. Because range does affect landslide's AoE and the range there too. Should your goal be to grind mastery? Depends on where you are in the game. You should always be actively grinding mastery up until like 17. Because mastery rank 17, you'll have access to all weapons in the game. That's sort of the mastery rank lockout is 17. Once you get to there, you can just sort of like passively farm it. For new players, the biggest thing that I always recommend to them is do the quests. 2, you just started maybe 10 hours in. Okay, so the biggest thing as a new player that I would recommend is make sure you're always leveling stuff if you have the ability to. So like any weapons that you need to level up, like slot them in when you're playing. And in your orbiter, this exists in your orbiter as well. Just do your quests. Do these here, specifically these ones here, the main story quests. I don't own the Cinta. I just need to craft it. I don't have all the crafting parts for it. I got all the blueprints, but I just need to go get some of these Lamentus stuff. Metal plates at the gym just hit different? Yeah. How do I keep my energy up? The way that I keep my energy up is this guy. Once you get to 1400 rumble, landslide costs no energy. So my energy is literally only being used up until I get to 1400 armor from the passive with Petrify and with Path of Statues. Once I have that active, I no longer consume energy. Nourish is here just for the extra viral damage and a little bit of extra energy. Archon Stretch can get activated by this here. If you mod it for electric, because it counts as an ability. So you got some more there. Lockout was 16. No, it updated to 17 with the Coda Liches, Commander Knight. And then I'm running Molt Augmented and Arcane Fury. And so I just get my energy up, And then I just pounce. Yep. Rubble heap. Path of Statues gets Rubble Heap up. Rubble Heap makes it more damage, faster, and costs no energy. And that's the idea. For the fists, it's just your basic influence. Blood Rush, Weeping Wounds, Galvanized Steel, Influence. Yes, go. Is a classic. Rainy Fish, Shadow Clones, and using this with Wrathful Advance. For Lethality, Finishing Touch, Organ Shatter, Galvanized Steel. Yeah, you don't care about... Yeah, it's more than Organ Shatter. I was gonna say, like, do you want to go this? But yeah, it's more than Organ Shatter, so you do want to go this. Gladiator Might for more critical damage. You don't really care about the crit chance from either of these. They're just kind of like added bonus because you got Wrathful, so this is all good. Do I have a video on Atlas? No, I don't. Not yet. What are you running on here? Just Toxin? Okay. Yeah, Toxin just for the damage. Makes sense. Because on here, you're just looking to boost up your damage as much as you can. You don't really care about other stuff. So the Prime Toxin mod makes sense. Gladiator Might's giving you, like, no crit chance. Galvanized Steel's giving you, like, no crit chance. But you're going in for these for the critical damage more than anything else. Yeah, I like it. I like that, Rainy. Why influence on Atlas? Things are dying almost instantly? Because then more things die almost instantly. Because then, like, what is the radius on my fists? My radius is 6 meters. Oh, I don't even have prime... I don't have prime reach on here. So, like, I'm actually losing damage here. So that in the 6 meters, so then influence essentially has a 26 meter range. If you think about it that way. You know, if someone gets hit on the far end of the landslide to activate influence, it goes out to 26. More. Did I make a short on my Sevagoth build? Yeah, it's like one of my first shorts. It's not the greatest. There's the short for you there. I think the build is actually in the comments on that one, but I'll just pop open my Sevagoth here for you. Is this the right build? Yeah, so I don't run Roar. Most people would just run Roar over here. Which is perfectly fine. But this is the build I run. Shield gating is your survivability mechanic with Rolling Guard, Free for Spite, Augur Reach, Rolling Guard stuff. And I just didn't feel like putting an Umbral form on here. You don't need to be running double Umbras here. Like, I'm running Umbral Vitality because I have Gloom on here, and it's like, if I have a healing function, I like to have health for the healing function to function, if that makes sense. But you definitely don't need to be going this. Like, the more classic build would be replacing this with Catalyzing Shields. And then doing proper shield gating with these two. This is a build I like. It works. It does the trick. And then Energized, Molt Augmented. Rainy, let's take a look at Genova. Rolling Guard, Constitution, Concentration to lock more duration into Molecular Prime, Null Stars, or Nourish. Very good. The only thing I would say here, because you're running Neutron Stars, I would be really inclined to be running Archon Vitality. Especially with this amount of Null Stars. Because you're going to have another 60% duration locking into Null Stars. You would be putting out like 70 heat procs if you were running Archon Vitality. And I would replace Augur Message with it. Like, I would replace Augur Message with Archon Vitality. Because you got a bunch of duration here. So you're actually sitting at 260% duration. I would remove this. Molecular Efficient and Null Stars? Yeah, it just keeps them active, right? So. Roar does not increase ability strength? Correct. Roar does not increase ability strength. Roar will increase your ability damage, though. And ability strength increases Roar's damage. Roar is the only ability in the game, well, that I can think of, that will increase your ability damage. And it's factional damage, meaning that's multiplicative damage. But if you're looking for ability strength, there's two. There's, as Ace said there, Bright Bonnet, which is Noko's ability, will give you ability strength. And there's another one where like you activate it and then your next cast gets 50% ability strength. But yeah, Roar doesn't increase your ability strength. Roar increases the strength of your abilities by increasing their damage. So technically not increasing their strength, it increases their damage. That's what Roar does. And that's the tech and power of it. So it's a little bit backwards. Still is really good to be using on ability builds because of that factional damage increase. So factional damage, where it says percentage, what it actually means is percentage times, right? So Warframe does two forms of ways of adding stuff together. It does additive, so 3 plus 3, that's additive, that's 6. It does multiplicative, 3 times 3, that's 9. What one's better? Right? This is multiplicative damage increase. So this gives you, at the end of the equation for damage, times 149%. And that affects both your weapons and your abilities. And that's the reason of Roar's true strength. So when you're done, you'd like to screenshot it? Screenshot what? Sorry. That was at least 17 comments ago, and my brain is now gone. Yeah, so this one here, Rainy, this is much more what I was saying with your other build. Yeah, I like this a lot more. Rolling guard for your emergency status cleanse. Oh, my Sevagoth build? Yeah, let me pull it up for you. There you go. And then Roar over the 4 is what people usually run. Here, let me move my camera so you can grab the arcanes there too. There you go. That should be more than enough time. And if you need more time, there's a VOD. This is the build I would take to level cap. But some form of shield generator would be really, really important here. Is the only thing I would really say. So like a companion with some form of shield generation or something would go really well. Or like maybe Molt augmented out for Aegis and then run Augur mods on your pistol. Desires Hollow, what you got? Mirage. Rolling guard, efficiency, eclipse. What do you got here? Rebuild shields? Oh, that's kind of interesting. Instead of rebuild shields, hey, Super Buckshot. If you have it, pillage. If you have it, pillage. I would swap in pillage. Pillage will armor strip enemies, increasing your overall damage output, and status cleanse you, meaning that you won't need rolling guard, and regenerate your shields. So if you're going rebuild shields, generally speaking, I would just say go pillage. You put that because you don't have pillage yet? That makes sense. Do you have Harrow's Condemn? Harrow's Condemn would be another excellent choice. And the reason why is that Harrow's Condemn, A, shield generation, B, it's one of the strong lockdowns in the game, meaning that it will lock down mini bosses, which are acolytes, and on top of that, when you shoot at someone who's locked down by Condemn, it counts as them being frozen, but only once you shoot at them, for specifically Arcane Ice Storm. So if you have that, that's another tech that you could go for. And Arcane Ice Storm gives you 40% efficiency or 40% duration and power strength, meaning that you could switch out Molt efficiency for that, gain a total of 4% duration, and then also gain 40% power strength. Right? Or, as King said there, you could go Arcane Circumvent, which is what I run on my Mirage build, which is right there for you to check out. And Kimmy, the greatest, and Psycho, thank you all for the follows. Welcome in. Now, desires for your Bubonico. Let's take a peek here. Nothing to say. This looks great to me. Just make sure that you're... I think the alt fire has an AoE. When this says direct damage, it means direct damage. AoE damage doesn't get this bonus. So just make sure that you're playing for the direct damage, for the main fire mode, not the alt fire mode, and you should be all good. Arcane Ice Storm is also active on Limbo. I don't think so. Nova's your favorite frame? Hell yeah. Why do you like Nova? If you don't mind me asking. I always like knowing why people like their favorite frame. The only thing I would say on here that you could make an improvement on would be instead of shotgun barrage, magnetic strafe. It gives you 40% fire rate, so yes, you're losing a lot of fire rate there, but it gives you another status effect for galvanized savvy and helps you deal with overguard and shields. And then primed ravage when you can, right? Borrow is coming back tomorrow, so don't go buy it. Make sure you wait until tomorrow at the very least before you buy primed ravage, because it might show up tomorrow. It hasn't been in the shop for a little while. The look, slowing or speeding enemies is just so much fun to nuke them. Yeah, Nova's a ton of fun. What are you supposed to do with a Grimoire Ribbon? Probably like crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, fire rate, status chance, somewhere around those stats. Limbo's freeze is more complex than it should be. Yeah, it's specifically the freeze. It's specifically Haro's Condemn has a weird spaghetti code to it that makes it so that it counts as a freeze, but only after you shot them. I don't think any other ability functions with Arcane Ice Storm in that way. Unless, of course, it's actually applying 10 cold status effects like Frost. Not the greatest at building, so you appreciate the feedback. That's what I'm here for. Like I say at the end of all my shorts, sub for more tips and swing by my stream if you need any help. So yeah, the only thing I would really say here is switch this out for magnetic strafe. I think what you have here otherwise is a really solid build. Very much so. Very, very nice. Wolf Sledge. Okay, you're not doing the heavy attack build. So I wouldn't run Spoiled Strike, and I probably also wouldn't run these two. This is much more of a status-based weapon, so unless you're forcing your crit chance with something like Wrathful Advance, I probably wouldn't go into crits on here. Typically speaking, I would say don't bother with crits if the crit chance is lower than 20% and if the crit damage is lower than 2 times. Like, I wouldn't go onto a crit build here unless you're forcing your crit chance with something else. So I would lean much more into the status side of things on here. Right? So I would go like Condition Overload or Prime Pressure Point instead of Sacrificial Pressure. I would maybe look at Weeping Wounds to boost up your status chance much more. I would look at some attack speed on here. This thing is glacially slow. So like Berserker Fury or Quickening or Primed Fury instead. And that's kind of what I would look at. So a different base damage mod than this one, Weeping Wounds, attack speed, and then you should be good to go. If you want to, you could go into Electric as well for melee influence. It's incredible. Melee influence is wildly good. There's a reason why every single melee weapon, generally speaking, is an influence weapon because it's just so strong. But you should be pretty solid here if you make a few adjustments there. Hey Zenos, do you have a good Ash build? Yes, I do. This is my Ash build for you there. Quick question, by level cap, do you mean Void Cascade level 9,999? Yeah, I mean, you do that on Steel Path, Kimmy, typically speaking. You do it on Steel Path and you do it in Void Cascade or Disruption or Circuit, typically speaking. And you go stay until the enemies get to level 9,999. I tested my funny shield tank Hildren, or not Hildren, funny shield tank Styanax build, and it just did not function, sadly. That's a really, really cool looking Mirage, actually. I think I would change the energy channels here on the ephemera so that it's more into this gold and bringing this gold in here. What was wrong with it? It was playstyle and it just wasn't super comfortable. The build just didn't function the way that I was hoping it would. Like, I didn't bring the right weapons, I wasn't playing well, and just the build, it just was overly stressful. So like, it works on level cap, but it wasn't like an enjoyable level cap for me. I actually really like your fashion here. I really do. I'm not a big fan of the red on here. That's the only thing I would say, is I'm just not a big fan of the red on the ephemera. The rest of this looks fantastic. But also, remember, beauty's always on the eye of the beholder. So if you like it the way that it is, you just ignore me. Like this is trash, Altoson. This looks like absolute, I can't believe you've sent this to me. I can't believe you've done this. I'm kidding, obviously. I actually kind of like this. I think I would make this green, like I would bring some blue into this, more into the teal area if this was me. What's that ephemera? Yeah, what is that ephemera? Oh, that's one of the ephemeras from like the Tenant Sisters, I think. Kuma Desu. Bubonico. Crit damage, multi-shot, toxin, all very solid. As suggestions for weapons purely for dealing for acolytes, you've been farming credits with Secure Electra and Steel Path, and they've been giving you a little bit of trouble. Do you have access to Incarnans yet? Green Apple Warhead? The Lex Incarnan, the Leto Incarnan, the Sicarus Incarnan, the what's the dual Ichor? No, what's the dual toxicist? Dual toxicist? The infested one. Dual toxicist. The dual toxicist, anything that's got an Incarnate will honestly do really well. The Vasto, yeah, the Vasto is really good at single target damage. That thing is wildly good. Anything that's got like high damage output, generally speaking, will do you well. So like in your case, what I would do is, you know, use your Secure Electra for your credit farming, and then when you hear an Acolyte pop out, you just pull out the Glock and just pop, 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 and then you move on to credit farming. Is how I would do it. Okay, I do have to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you a second. High damage and high crits because of resistance to statuses? Yeah, precisely. Do you think crabs exist in the Warframes universe? Yes, crabs are in fact sentients. And we'll continue taking a look at this stuff here once the ad break's over. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Okay, we're good. Okay, Davey, just a heads up. I technically have to deny that. That is actually against TOS doing that. Just a heads up. Hey, Grim, how you doing? What's up? Quick question on Wisp moats. No, it's okay. It's okay, Davey. I have to deny that because that is technically against Twitch's terms of service. You read some guides that mention you won't want to use a shock moat. So the reason why is you don't necessarily want to use the shock moat depending on the mission you're doing. Like a defense mission, a shock moat is actually going to slow down your progress, and that's why you don't want to use the shock moat. And it's specifically on defense missions, right? Enemies get shocked, electrocuted, so they can't come to you. So that's the reason why you don't want to use the shock moat when it's specifically on a defense mission, and especially if you have any range on your Wisp. Because it ends up just slowing down your missions by such a huge amount that it ends up just annoying your squad and slowing down your run. And especially when you're running defense missions, usually people bring in a Nova. You're countering the Nova significantly because the electricity stuns the enemies. So when they're stuck however many meters away or underneath you or on the other side of walls and so on and so forth. So it's more to do with your It's more to do with the type of mission that you're going into. In survival, it's fine because, you know, you're usually wandering around inside of a room and killing people. Alchemy, again, it can cause problems because you want the enemies as close as possible to the objective when you're killing them, just to make throwing the amphors a little bit faster. I would say survival, it doesn't really matter. Now that said, there's actually reasons to use the shock motes. For instance, this is a little bit of a thing that not a lot of people know about, is this will deal corrosive if you have a shock mode out. Right? In defense RBs, yeah, any defense mission. You don't want to throw down the shock motes in any defense mission. Because of what I was saying, where it slows down the enemies and stuns them behind walls and makes it so that people can't kill stuff. But shock mode actually does have, it's not really mentioned here at all. If you have the shock mode out, this will deal corrosive, as well as radiation, and as well as heat with Cataclysmic Gate. So there is times and reasons to use the blue motes, but it depends on the mission that you're going into and the allies that you have inside of your mission. So like when we're playing defense with squad and we have a wisp in the squad, I specifically ask the wisp, hey, do you mind respawning your motes to remove your blue mote because you're slowing down the mission because of the electricity? And that's the reason why. And just sort of like something to keep in mind. Okay, going back over here. So the augment's not always safe to use. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I don't use that augment. Crit damage, multi-shot toxin, minus damage to infested, fantastic, Riven. Right? The toxin's just free damage, right? You don't really need toxin because it comes with toxin naturally, as we can see here. So it's free damage. That's just kind of what you think of there. But it gives you critical damage and multi-shot, and this is a crit-based weapon, and multi-shot is really nice on it. So that's actually quite a good one. You don't like the shock motes, right? It depends on the mission. Like we were saying earlier. Now, you know, I want to say this is bad, but I'm pretty sure the Bronco's got some funny things with impact. If I remember right, it's got funny... Oh, is that the AK Bronco? Is AK Bronco the one with dizzying rounds? It's the regular Bronco. So actually, shots from less than 8 meters stun enemies, open load to finishers. Yeah, so the impact is not great. The rest of the Riven, though, is good. So, like, you can definitely make it work. But the impact just isn't that great. IPS has been like super devalued over the years. I actually kind of hope that they go back and do some more work with IPS. Oh, that looks really sick. Oh, that is a beautiful Saren. Oh, the Void Shell to get that pattern on there. Oh. But I hate Saren. So, fuck Saren. Ooh, kind of going for an Emma Frost look here. Very nice. Minerva, like that, the Minerva skin is just way too beauty. I love it. Your Baruch fashion glaive, very nice. I actually really like this. I think I would make this a little bit brighter. So more into like an off-white out of the tan. But that's only, like, for me. If you like it the way that it is, then ignore me. Prisma Scana. Crit chance, melee damage, toxin. Not bad at all. Extra crit chance on here goes really, really well. Melee damage isn't bad at all. And toxin damage is nice because it just frees you up a mod slot, right? Influence on here, primed reach. You might want to switch out for condition overload. Or not, wait, hold on. Where's your neutral damage? I thought that was primed pressure point. This is your only neutral damage. That's fine, yeah. Because you're also getting crit chance and toxin out of it, so this is perfectly fine. Yeah. Got my steel, organ shatter, berserker fury. Yeah, all looks good to me. That's kind of looks great. Did we look at your Lex? Yes, we did. Wait, did we? I think we looked at this. Yes, we looked at this, and I said, the magnetic might. I don't have a Baruch build. I did see your Baruch fashion, and I said I would personally brighten up this into a white. Hey, Yeti, how you doing? Desire. Oh. Okay, you have the Apex ephemera. I would drop this ephemera down level. to the middle ephemera, just so that these wings can be more of the centerpiece. Like, these wings and this Signa can be more of the centerpiece if you drop this ephemera down a level. That's what I would do, but I actually really like that fashion. Mirage. Oh, we saw that earlier. Away with you. Jorgenmander. Crit chance, crit damage. Hey, listen. I mean, you could roll something better, honestly, yeah. But crit chance, crit damage is never bad. It's never bad. No, your build looks great. Nothing really to say. I prefer Shred, Prime Shred, over Gilded Truth. Because I value punch through. I value punch through probably the most out of all creators in Warframe. Because the way that I look at it is, if you land a headshot and you have enough and you have punch through, enemies tend to follow a path and thus they're lined up. So if you land headshots on one person, you're gonna land headshots on multiple people at the same time, charging the Incarnate faster. Now that said, it's totally not necessary, and the extra 25% fire rate is really, really good from the Gilded Truth mod. I think what you have here is really good. The only thing I would suggest is switching out Merciless for Deadhead. That's it. And what are you running on here? Just viral, so you got viral heat. Yep, nice. Yeah. You might want to switch out Serration for Galvanized Aptitude, but that's, you know, personal preference. I don't think that the bursting gets multiplicative damage, so it's not necessary. Hey, look, it's Jujutsu Kaisen. I think I would brighten this up so that you have a better contrast between the grays here. Like, bring this up a shade or two is what I would do. But that could also just be look link right now is a little bit weird. Use Hemorrhage on there with the Bronco. Oh, yeah, if you're using Hemorrhage with your Bronco, then yeah, no, that's a very nice Bronco roll. You will be above the fire rate amount for the doubling of Hemorrhage, right? But with the amount of impact that you're going to have on there, I don't think that's a problem. Yo. Oh. Okay, this looks really, really good. I hate that Syandana. The rest of this looks great. And if you like that Syandana, all the power to you. That is just a mere my personal preference thing, and beauty is always in the eyes of the beholder, so if you like it that way, you like it that way, and you ignore me. Tau heat crit chance for your secondaries, I assume is what you mean on there. Thermal transfer, thermal sunder, air burst. Wow, this is bonkers. Holy crap. This is so much damage. This looks like a fun build. Ace, when I eventually get around to messing around with Zephyr, remind me that I want your build. I want to test this. This looks like it would be a very fun build. Although I would probably the extra minus gravity so you can fly longer. Yes. I see. Hot shot. You got thermal transfer, thermal sunder. Deactivate hot shot. Easy. You just cast it once. Easy peasy. Velocity. Yep. Looks really good. What are you pairing it up with for your secondary? A Grendel, a plushy Grendel. Oh my lord, it is a plushy Grendel. You disgust me, but also I love it. Look at the plushy Grendel. It's so obnoxious. I love it so much. It's so silly. Baruch. Ooh. You know what? I really like this. So on here, I would go the opposite of what I was saying earlier. I would make this darker so that this white and the silvers can pop out more. I would make this color here like 1 or 2 shades darker. But again, remember, look link right now is a little bit broken. It's showing like the lighting and the shading is very broken on look link. So it could be darker on yours, and if so, then please ignore me. But I absolutely love this. But I'm a slut for purple. I know what I'm about. Gar, welcome in. How you doing? Torxica has been a roller coaster. Yo, the Torxica is wildly good. Like the Torxica is funny. It's really strong. Anoraxia. Oh, you know what? I'm not a big fan of that Syndana, but that actually goes really well here. I'm usually not a big fan of that Syndana, but that looks really nice there. Agmagnus Prime for its 100% efficiency. Remember, that's only every once in a while. It doesn't activate consistently. But when it does activate, it can chain activate. Remember, punch through and multi-shot on the Agmagnus. Because it's on a per hit basis, not on a per shot basis. So if you throw a punch through and multi-shot on that, then it counts for more hits and has a higher likelihood of giving you that goodies. I love that. I think this purple that you have in here, I would want that to be a little bit more vibrant. I would want that to stand out a little bit more if that was me. You almost always have 100% when firing. Yeah, it's the Magnus is actually hilariously good. It's a funny one, that's for certain. It's just a funny little guy. It's just a funny little guy. How'd you try? The stupid firing mode on the Diplos? Yeah, they need to, honestly, if I ever get a chance to sit down with Pablo, I'm gonna be like, please, Pablo, make the Tenet Diplos firing mode a proper alt fire. Give it like the full alt fire treatment, please. Please, because those pistols are so good. They're really good, but that stupid aim glide thing just annoys the snot out of me. It's just, it just annoys me so much. Please, Pablo, please, sweet baby Pablo, please, just remove that. Please, it's the only thing I want for Christmas. It's just, if I ever go down to visit Digital Extremes and I get a chance to look at Pablo, I'm gonna look him in the eye and be like, please, Pablo, please, remove the Tenet Diplos, make it a proper alt fire, please. Because so many people, including myself, we use aim glide as a movement mechanic. We use it to extend our speed that we're getting from, you know, parkour velocity. Aim gliding is now these days much more of a movement mechanic than it ever was. Just please, give chroma. Ooh. Oh, ooh, yes. I like. Me likey. All right, everybody, I am calling it here for me today. Usually on Thursdays, we end a little bit earlier because of prime time / just to give myself a little bit of a break. So thank you all for the wonderful day today. I appreciate you. It is a Thursday, Aced. It is. Yo, Aced, it's the 22nd of the month. How wild is that? Tomorrow, yeah, where did the month go? It's the third stream you've joined and they've ended? Yeah, I'm sorry, Yeti, but I usually stream from 1 p.m. Eastern until 7 p.m. Eastern. Thursdays, I always end a little bit earlier just so that I can go, you know, we usually do variety on Thursdays, actually. We usually don't play Warframe on Thursdays. We usually go check out other games like Soulframe or play some Minecraft or whatever. But just because of the primetime thing, you know, we head out there. Had someone join you in your mission, kill your synthesis target, and then leave right after. Okay, that's unfortunate. They probably left out of shame. They were probably just like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm leaving, goodbye, I need to hide. Oh no, what have I done? But yeah, I usually stream until about 7 p.m. or even later. I usually say 1 p.m. to 7 p.m., but we usually go later than that. And I stream Tuesdays through Saturdays. So 5 days a week, 4 days a week, usually in Warframe, 1 day a week doing something. But today we're doing Warframe because on Saturday I won't be here, probably. I haven't heard if the plans are getting canceled for me this week. This friend group of mine, they're very, very busy people, so they sometimes just have to cancel last minute because of work stuff. But before we go, Altison, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Anonymous person, thank you very much for the gifted sub to clean the cat box, take a shower, and weird smell. Arntool, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Mobius, thank you very much for the tier 1. Mira, thank you very much for the gifted to Prefect. Ace, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Nessa, thank you very much for the 7 months tier 1. Mr. Anarchy, thank you very much for your prime. Arntool, thank you very much for your prime. Gezcool, thank you very much for the prime as well. Gray's Tavern, thank you very much for the raid. Allah Amgul for the 6 months prime. Zoes for the 7 months tier 1. Aced Cord for the prime. Zillant for the prime. And I don't remember if we had any sound alerts today. Did we have any sound alerts today? No, we didn't have any sound alerts today. So that's it for me here, everybody. I hope that you all have yourselves a wonderful evening. We're gonna go drop you off with good friend of the stream, Reverie Freya. If you got a sub, there's some emotes. Make sure to go say hi to them. They're wonderful peeps, and make sure that you give them a follow because they're wonderful people. I hope that you all have yourselves a wonderful evening. We'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern until 7 p.m. Eastern. We will be, we might start early tomorrow because tomorrow's the dev stream. So we'll probably start closer to noon, and I will be putting out my borrow short as usual tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning. So keep an eye on the YouTube channel. If you aren't already, there is the link for you, and go spend a whole 60 seconds with Freya because Freya is worth it. Bye, everybody.